Hello, everybody. How are you today? Thank you so much for being here and welcome to the Conscious Awakening Conference Series. I'm your host, Sheila Seppi. I'm the founder of the Conscious Awakening Network, and every month we are bringing you some of the top speakers in the field of spirituality, conscious expansion, mysticism, and cosmic awareness. So for those of you that are not familiar with us, please go and visit the Conscious Awakening Network.org, sign up to be on our mailing list. And for those of you who have done so, thank you. Today we had over 425 people to register for this conference. So thank you guys for doing so. Now, the Conscious Awakening Network, you're going to hear us talk about CAN. So that's our acronym, and we're a service provider for educational content, community connection, multidimensional media streaming. So check us out on our website again at consciousawakeningnetwork.com. Now for today, if you'll notice down at the bottom of your screen, there is a Q&A button. I am sure we're going to be flooded with questions because this material is not only controversial, but it's cutting edge. Because today Ella's going to share with us some information from an excerpt that she has taken from the Hebrew book that was written by a retired Israeli space chief turned whistleblower, Hamid Ashed's book called The Universe Beyond the Horizon. So she has excerpts that she's taken out, but it has information about alien bodies, long necks, ETs. Today, we're also going to talk about discerning disclosure for ETs and aliens and exoplanets, and the space controversies and Nerubu and how that relates to the end time prophecies as well. And all of that's going to be presented today by Ella, which I'll tell you about in just a minute. So this information, when we get started, it just kind of just rocks. It just builds right on top of itself. So we will take a potty break, I promise, in the middle, but you're probably not going to want to miss anything. So make sure you make notes. Put your questions down at the bottom, and we will try to answer as many questions as possible. But we are going to divide it up because the second part, we're going to be talking about Ashed's material in the excerpts. And actually, Ella is giving away excerpts of this book that she's going to be talking about if anybody purchases any of her books. Now, I've got this one, Who's Who in the Cosmic Zoo. I don't think you can see it. Here we go. Who's Who in the Cosmic Zoo. Phenomenal information. So if you order one of these for yourself, you're also going to get that excerpt. But I want to tell you just a little bit about Ella today because she is a native of New York. She actually lives in Colorado, where I am now, but Ella was educated in Israel. And there she received a social science degree from the Biological Research Center of Naviv in 1979. Now, the Department of Ben Gurion University, and at that school, she was educated in the biblical Hebrew and science. And while she was there, she learned to read and to write Hebrew fluent. And that's why she's able to translate this book for us. And so, guys, I want you to really check her out. If you've never visited her website, do so. We'll put all of her contact information in in the bottom in the chat throughout today. But again, I want to thank you guys for being here. Much love to everybody. And I want to go ahead and Ella, I'm going to bring you up and we're going to get ready to just turn it over to you so you can just rock and roll, sister.
Hello, thank you for having me, Sheila.
Thanks for being here. I am so excited about this material. I woke up this morning, I'm like, yeah, it's Saturday. Woohoo! I get to hear this.
Wonderful.
So I know everybody else is excited too. And again, thanks guys for being here with us.
Well, and you have a wonderful network. I'm in awe of all that you've built. You and Mac, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead. If you want to start sharing your screen, let's get ready to bring this phenomenal information out to everybody.
Okay. Okay, can you all see that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, that's just, the introduction. Here we are. So what a day for us to talk about this, because we're in the middle. I mean, as we speak, literally, X 2.8 solar flare is waving over the Earth. So if anybody's wondering why the energies are a little intense, that's why. Okay. So for some reason, it's not clicking. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I always ask everyone before I proceed with all this information for your temporary suspension of unbelief, because when you do that, you allow new information to come in. And, Mark Twain had famously said, it ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. And we're going to unpack a lot of misnomers and lies and deceptions and, which is all part of cover-ups and truth embargoes. So sometimes people get hit with information that they just nobody told them, or they believe the opposite, and that creates cognitive dissonance, and that's a real thing. So if you just you take a deep breath and just kind of allow something new to come through, then you won't experience cognitive dissonance. And just like Yoda said, you must unlearn what you have learned. So that's the era we live in. We live in a time where they call the apocalypse, which is Greek for revelation or disclosure. So it's a psychological fact that when a group of people witness the same event, they'll all come away telling a slightly different story based on their unique individual perspectives. So, perception and perspective is based on the individual. I can't expect anyone to see things through my eyes because they didn't have my experiences that brought me to that place. So this is why we're here on Earth, so that we can, be like a tapestry. We have different perspectives, and that's okay. We don't all have to think alike, okay? So I just wanted to put that in there because, this is all about consciousness and awareness, and sometimes being able to see things from another person's point of view can also help you with understanding. So where am I coming from? Well, I am a retired legal assistant and a paralegal for 25 years. And it taught me how to research. So I've basically taken my skill set from my legal career and applied it to the mystery of, UFOs and who's who in the alien zoo and what's going on with disclosure. So that's why my books, if anyone has them or has seen them, they're kind of big and thick, and because I give a lot of research. So I wrote my books for researchers so that people can look stuff up. So my bibliography is like a 35-page chapter in and of itself. So if you're looking for evidence, I prove things. Okay. So I take certain debates and prove them in my own way. Okay. So that's where I'm coming from. Then in February 7th of 2010, I had a near-death experience. And that changed a lot. That changed my life. It changed my perception. It changed how I looked at things. And it also changed the book that I was writing for like 12 years that I shelved to have a baby. And then I took it off, which was Who's Who in the Cosmic Zoo. So back in the 90s, I was teaching these classes in Florida, ETs, aliens, or angels. So I've been involved with this material since the early 90s. I've been an experiencer since I was a child. So, as Sheila said, I was educated in Israel, but I'm a hybrid. Okay, my mother was an Italian Catholic. My father was an Orthodox Jew, and from New York. So you can imagine the culture and the food. But I lost my mother when I was 6 years old. So I was kind of orphaned, and I didn't have any brothers and sisters. My father remarried and a Jewish divorcee, and they raised me Jewish. Okay, and I went to Hebrew school, and then they sent me to Israel and to get an education, and I came back with an experience that they could not handle. In July of 1979, I saw Yeshua in 3 o'clock in the afternoon, broad daylight, walk out of the sun and say to me, I am the Messiah, follow me. So I was 18 years old and I was pretty gobsmacked. And so I was, okay, I did. And I pursued, and one thing led to another. I was hearing his voice. There was all kinds of stuff in my path. I was waiting for a visa to go to South Africa with my then boyfriend, and which took a month, and it happened. And one thing led to another, and I became a Messianic Jew. My Jewish family completely excommunicated me from everything. And that hasn't changed for 45 years. Okay. So this is where I'm coming from. Okay. I got very disenchanted with Christian this and that, anti-Semitism. I became an astrologer, which I was moonlighting while I was a paralegal. And I never forgot my experiences. Okay, so your experience, my experiences has to do with, what has shaped me, and that's why I kind of stuck with him, but left the religion, all the religions, the Jewish religion, the Christian religion, everything. So fast forward 2010, I had this heart attack. Long story short, had this near-death experience. Saw my mother, saw my father. Both of them were deceased. I thought, oh my God, I must be dead. And then this hand took me, and it was Yeshua. Okay, undeniable. This screen is just my illustration of what I experienced and what I saw. We walked, we talked. What seemed like a long time, he told me he wanted me to rewrite my books with him in it. So I did. Okay, so the first book came out in 2012, 2 years after this. So it was a download, and it's taking me probably 10, 12 years to process and publish. But he kind of gave me a different perspective than what I was raised to believe, what I was taught in Hebrew school, and even what is taught in churches. So just wanted you to know that when you see the rest of the stuff, you'll see why. So here we are, a lot of times people just collect dots. They don't understand where they go. Okay. And if you remember that, connecting the dots, artwork as a child, you have to go all over the place to create the picture. You don't see the big picture until you connect all the dots. So this is where I'm asking for patience as I connect some dots here today. And the pink unicorn it's just a picture, okay? Somebody went off on me the other day. It was a Jewish conspiracy. We can talk about Jewish conspiracies, but the pink unicorn is not one of them, okay? So sometimes I'm like Peppy over here, all over the place, but you'll see, it'll all come together, I promise. So here we are today, 2023, what a year it's been, with having certain conspiracy theories become theorems, validated, vindicated, and many of us are feeding off of the same tree of truth. This is the morphogenetic field. I know you guys know about this. So when I start to unpack this, I want to ask everyone to eat the meat, throw away the bones. Okay, just take what serves you, and the rest, it's wherever you're at, okay, with how you're going to process information. So here we had this past summer, we had the hearings in Congress, and essentially David Grush, in his testimony, as well as to News Nation, vindicated everything that Bob Lazar told us in 1989. Okay, that there was non-human, he calls them biologics, intelligences, and people have been hurt over the cover-up, over the truth, and over the alien tech. So we are still in this. This is not over yet. And yes, even though we had a little bit of a setback in the Congressional Disclosure Act, the Schumer bill, that doesn't mean it's not going to come from another source. Okay.
When you put it past this, the cosmic Watergate has been underway for the last 25 years. At the same time, I don't think I think as we're growing up, or from the government's point of view, I think we've been adults for hundreds of years, but from the government's point of view, we're still growing up, and eventually they might want to tell us something about what they've discovered over the decades.
Now, Spielberg would know that, because Close Encounters of the Third Kind, it was a script that was given to him, which is based on, it's basically a documentary, not entertainment. So, the truth is stranger than fiction. E.T. was actually a real alien that was retrieved from one of the crashes that they called EB, extraterrestrial biological entity. And he took that information, and when he made ET, they took some creative license and, changed the eyes and made them into human eyes, because back then in the 70s, they wanted to sort of prepare the public to accept ET. ET was friendly, the alien was friendly, okay? But this was before something happened, okay? So there's sort of like a timeline as to how the aliens have changed in how Hollywood is presenting them. So let me just go back to this, that there's this old saying about don't put all your eggs in one basket. And when it comes to UFO disclosure, I like to call it UFO. They changed the name to UAP. To me, they're still unidentified flying objects unless they're identified. So we know that, as people are waiting for the next shoe to drop in the US government, there are other governments of the world, and there are other ways that we are going to receive disclosure. Just want to put that out there, okay? So we've got, Bible prophecy, which is playing out like a script, literally. Something that was written 3,000 years ago is like literally playing out with the whole cast of characters. And I mean, it couldn't be more accurate, okay? So I just wanted to say, put that into the mix. So, you know, this first part, I want to go over Planet X, Nibiru. There are many names from different cultures. We can talk about that too. If you see the photo in the bottom left, I took that here in Westminster, Colorado, January of 2020, and I saw that with my own 2 eyes. Okay, so that was not a lens flare or a camera anomaly. I took several photos. You'll see them woven through the presentation here. So, you know, seeing is believing. And something was around our sun that was kind of pinkish, reddish, brownish. So what I've learned is that we have a whole system, okay? And this was also written in stone from the Sumerian walls, the cuneiform, the tablets, and also in all of the cultures, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, Persia, which is today's Iran. It's all over the place. So we know that they were trying to tell us something, because they took the time to draw it and etch it into stone. That's because they saw it. Okay, so what you're seeing here is, you know, the difference between the humans and the giants. And from the Sumerian cuneiform was about the Anunnaki, which literally is just a word that means extraterrestrial. You know, Sitchin interpreted it, you know, for those who from heaven to earth came. Let's just call them ETs. So, you know, there's nothing more ancient than the truth. And you know, what goes around comes around is really an astronomical term. And what we have entering, intersecting, and interloping in our solar space right now is this system. And it's not just one planet. Nibiru is one planet. And I'm going to unpack where and how and all of that as we unravel this. But this is suffice to say, this is a system. And our sun is really part of a binary twin. And most of the stars in our solar system are binary or trinary. I mean, that's the norm. So we grew up believing that we were in a, you know, one singular sun, but that's because we didn't see the binary twin because it was behind the sun. So it comes around approximately every 2,000 to 3,500 years, but it's a dance, okay? And our binary twin is actually a brown dwarf star that is dead. So it does not radiate its own light anymore like our sun does. So like our sun illuminates other planets in our solar system, and it makes them look like stars when the sun shines on Venus or any of these other planets. It does the same when Nemesis, the binary twin, comes around the sun, and it looks like two suns. So that's what we're seeing in photos from all over the world. And so what I'm doing here, as you can see, that this has to do with this cosmic drama that took place in the past over Earth, over our system, and over us. And we're all part of that. So in my book, I unpack who, at least I attempt to, who they are. Okay, it's my humble attempt to try to figure this out. My first book, Ephesians 6:12, talks about we are not battling against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, rulers of the darkness of this present world, who are the archons, and spiritual wickedness in the heavens, who are the aliens. So, you know, when I saw that, I was like, who are these beings? Who are these groupings? And then I uncovered and saw that there's this ancient battle between these alien races for control over Earth, us, Earth humans, and Earth's resources. And this is all evidenced in the past, in this cuneiform, in the tablets, and in the ancient scriptures, the biblical and the exo-biblical, okay? So one of the things that I, is a recurring theme in my book series is discernment. So what is discernment? So first of all, the word discern comes from means to sniff out. It has to do with your nose. So like a cougar or a fox or one of the wild animals, they have really sharp olfactory organ. They can smell, they can sniff things out miles away. Okay, but that word has kind of been associated with emotional discernment, okay, physical discernment, discerning what's going on in your body, discerning what you're feeling, discerning your thoughts, or discerning words, okay, like, and so this is what I'm doing in the book series, because words have gotten watered down over the centuries, and we have our own lingo here. So when you unpack certain words, especially how they were written in the past, like in the Bible and exo-biblical books and the rejected texts, there's a lot to say, and especially when it gets lost in translation. So, one of the things that is another discernment is how these cults get going. Okay, so I just want to put out there, I don't need anyone to agree with me. I'm not some cult leader or anything. I'm just trying to help people figure out this grand mystery. You don't have to agree. It's not about agreeing. It's about eating the meat, throwing away the bones, taking what works and discarding the rest. Okay, everybody's at where they're at. Okay, so, but if you can't question certain entities or institutions, that's a discernment right there. Okay, if you can't question science, then it's propaganda, and we know we've had a lot of that in the past few years, right? Okay, I don't have to tell you about what happened in 2020. So this is where, I just saw that, well, how people grow up and they go, well, you're either street smart or you're book smart. But in order to navigate what's going on in this ancient battle, we need to be spirit smart. Okay, so that means we need to cultivate spiritual discernment. And it can, they say, this is an old Chinese saying, we teach what we need to learn. That's what I needed to learn. So this is what I'm offering, and this is what's in my books. So if you remember back in the 80s, the TV movie V. So the truth is stranger than fiction in so many ways, and here's why. So back in the 1950s, a group called Majestic 12, who were 12 of the top brass generals of the Navy. And the Navy sort of oversees the military, and they, coming off of World War II and the Cold War, which was happening, they, and also after Roswell and all these other crashes, it wasn't just Roswell, they got together and thought, okay, we have to control the information. Okay, but at the same time, there was think tanks in place that said, but the people, the public, needs to know what's going on. So essentially, they got together and they said, okay, well, we are not going to give this information out, which would be called like hard disclosure, like some official announcement that comes from an officer or a government or the president. We're going to give the information to writers, screenwriters, producers, and filmmakers, okay, to prepare the public for what we're dealing with. So this is a layer. Disclosure is multi-layered. Okay, there's many lies, there's many truths, there's many layers, and this is one of it. Okay, and so this is like a stream that I have been going on with all these TV and film and the stuff, the truth that's been inserted into it. So the V series was deeply profound. Okay, it wasn't just entertainment or science fiction. because it has elements of truth in it. Okay, so not everybody is who they seem to be on the surface. So I have this, I'm like, controversies like my middle name. I'm in the middle. I often am like in between these two communities, and they have two opposite viewpoints. So they can't all be right, but each of them have half truths. So if you put them together, maybe you have a whole truth, which was my attempt in my first book. So Christians tend to think that all aliens are demons. Okay, so this is a part of that, you know, that they're getting this out of the fallen angel story, which is in the Bible and the books of Enoch and Jubilees and Watchers. But a lot of it also has to do with their denial, because they were not taught that God made other beings, because they were because of replacement theology. This is the history of the church. They rejected over 100 Jewish books that basically have the story in it. Okay, that God made other beings. So that's where the Christians are kind of imbalanced, because they think it's all there are demons, and some of them are. But they're not all. And when you broad brush and you say all is this and all is that, we're just going to create another form of bigotry, and God knows we have enough of that on this planet. So, and then you have, you know, New Agers who tend to believe, oh, the aliens are all benevolent, they mean us no harm. If they did, then how come they haven't killed us all off by now? Well, my short answer to that is there's worse things than death. Okay, there are people suffering and being tortured that wish to die and they can't. Death is not the criteria for whether someone is, whether the aliens are good or bad. In fact, I'll tell you right off the bat, to a certain group of aliens, we are more valuable alive than dead, okay, because they use us. All right, I'm going to get into that in the second half here. So this is the controversy that I am, you know, attempting to unpack, and that's why we need discernment. So the other great debate here is, you know, did God create alien life? Yes, absolutely yes. And I proved that through scripture in the book series. So one of the things that Yeshua said was, I have sheep from another pasture. Now, sheep is biblical speak for people, okay, and that are not of this fold, meaning not of this world. So I must bring them also when he returns, that they will all listen to one voice and be one under one shepherd, okay, which is a scripture that relates to not the Gentiles. You know, he came for the lost house of Israel. That's documented. These are not the Gentiles. These are other beings that he's going to bring with him when he returns. Okay, there are also multiple creatures. Okay, they're not angels, they're not human, they're not even demons. Okay, there are creatures that surround the Lord's throne and his spaceships, and the space chariots, which are in Hebrew is the Merkaba, that are mentioned in the books of Ezekiel and the books of Revelation. I prove that in the series too. So if a Christian needs to know, did God create other life forms? Absolutely yes, and it's not all demonic. So, you know, it couldn't be more straightforward. Yeshua said, my kingdom is not of this world. Okay, so that is extra, by very definition of the word, extraterrestrial. So one of the things that I also unpack, again, like I was telling you, are the words. So not all aliens are demons, but all demons are aliens. Okay, and not all aliens are extraterrestrial. Okay, because they live here on Earth. So we have to discern, like, who comes from where and who are we dealing with? Because people think just because they see a being or they see a creature that they've just visited us from some distant star or galaxy, and that's not necessarily the truth. Okay, and we're going to unpack that too. And the very word extraterrestrial means that it's not from this planet or not from this plane. But we also have intraterrestrials, which are beings that live inside the earth. So here's, I'm basically saying, you know, that there's a clash of two kingdoms on Earth. And this was what I downloaded in the 90s about these two groupings. And I kind of created this chart into three, because there's always those beings in the middle in terms of this cosmic battle that are either trying to create peace, have alliances, be double agents, you know, have one foot in each camp. There's so many layers to this. But essentially, my first book unpacks all of these star systems and these beings that come from these places. So we are of the human evidemic race, okay, human race. And, you know, this whole thing about racism, and I'm going to end this first part when we get to this whole Machiavellian alien agenda that I wrote about in my first book, because they want to keep everyone divided, okay, over race. And we are really all the human race, and that's all that matters. On any given day, and I'm sure everyone here listening today had to at some point prove on the internet that they were not a robot. Okay, so that tells you you are of the human race. It doesn't matter your ethnicity, your nationality, what language, you're of the human race. And there are beings here that are not. Okay, so the draconians, the Dracos, the Dracs, and the word Satan, by the way, is a word in Hebrew that literally translates to adversary or rebel. So in my book series, I make it plural because there's more than one. Satan is not necessarily a name, but more of a title. Okay, and this is what I unpack, that these beings here have been waging war against this human vine, and it goes all the way back to Lyra. Okay, the Anunnaki wars and the Lyran wars and the Pleiadians, all over humankind. Who rules who gets this, who gets what. And in, you know, some of these pictures here are ancient artifacts that show that these beings somehow walked the earth, or people saw them. Otherwise, why would they create statues that looked like lizard men? So, you know, the Bible prophecy is full of this, okay, about the dragon beings. Revelation, you know, is all about the war with the dragon. Okay, so now I want to share what's going on with this ancient system that is intersecting in our solar system, because it's part of disclosure. And one of the things I'm going to unpack and prove to you is that it's almost like a Christmas sweater. Okay, everything is all like woven together. If you pull one thread out, you're going to unravel the whole thing, right? So the Nibiru cover-up, and it's an official cover-up, just like the UFO cover-up, is in these executive orders. But these are actual photos. Okay, I'm going to go back to the executive orders in a minute. These are actual photos that come from the sun. Okay, we have all the space tech up there, and we are seeing gigantic spherical objects that are like this. What you're seeing on the left side is about 5 to 10 times the size of Jupiter. Okay, but we're not only seeing one, we're seeing multiple objects show up around our sun almost on a regular basis. In fact, something eclipses our sun every 28 days, and it's not our moon. So there's a lot of space junk, rubbish, meteorites, asteroids, comets, fireballs that this system has with it. Okay, and iron oxide. So this is important because the prophecy, which I'm going to show you in a minute, has to do with the sun going dark and the moon going red. And that can't happen through a normal solar eclipse or lunar eclipse. This has to do with the presence of this system that is intersecting. And what you're seeing on the left side of the screen are all photos, screenshots that come from the space telescopes, every single one. So the top are just illustrations, just to kind of show, you know, depth and you know, where we're at with what's going on with these dwarf planets, which are also part of the system, and how you see sometimes they come in pairs. There's like exomoons, exoplanets. There's pieces that just are going around. They're orbiting our sun, and as a result, the sun is getting perturbed. So our sun is going through a pole shift, as well as the solar maximum. We've already begun, and there's all this stuff happening that's creating solar flares on a regular basis. So essentially speaking, the Planet X system, Nemesis-Nibiru system is what I refer to it as, is a mini constellation of planets and moons. Okay, so that's why it's not just one object. And this is an illustration of, you know, different names that different groups have called it. So, you know, and I'm going to show you the different prophecies that come from the Sumerian, the Jewish, the Zohar, the Torah, the Hopi. So the Hopis basically had the prophecy with the blue and the red kachina. So when they said, when you see the blue kachina, the red kachina is going to follow. And a lot of people believe that the red kachina is Nibiru. So Nemesis is red. The Chinese called it the red dragon. The Greeks called it Hercules. And then these were named after Harrington and Farada were astronomers. And if you see here, the black sun, now this was something that the Nazis were pursuing, and they had a whole cult about that. So in 2017 was a big year for disclosure. Not only did it begin the UFO disclosure era that we're now in from the New York Times article that came out in December, but earlier that year, they announced 7 Earth-sized planets found orbiting a brown dwarf star. Now this was written in the cuneiform tablets, okay? And they named it TRAPPIST-1 after the telescope. Okay, so the telescope was called TRAPPIST-1. It was in Chile. So that's why we have so many names for the same thing, but it's still the same thing. Okay, then as if things aren't going to get even more weird, then they started nicknaming it Tatooine. Okay, so, you know, and this is where Star Wars and The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction comes in, because you go like, okay, well, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I mean, did they know about Tatooine when they wrote the Star Wars scripts? Or did they just use Tatooine as sort of a cute little thing to name these planets after? So, you know, these are questions. FYI, the language, okay? So we have the cuneiform, and basically it evolved into ancient Aramaic, which became Hebrew. And this is where we get the word alphabet from, because the first 2 letters of the Aramaic and the Hebrew is Aleph and Bet. So this is how we sort of, you know, came out of that. So here's another thing that we've been seeing are these very large, gigantic, spherical shape with big holes in them. Now, what you see on the bottom, everything in blue, the orange, and here, these are all NASA images. I just put in, you know, the Star Wars and the Star Trek just to show you that, you know, what were they trying to tell us in Star Wars? Because there's something going on here, and these come in pairs. So we've had several pictures of them where they're just like, there's two of them around the sun at the same time. I can't tell you what they are, okay, but they're gigantic. So ever since 2007, we're seeing this other object that goes around the sun every 28 days, and it's huge. So it seems to be intersecting here. These are not solar flares, these are objects, and all of this is the space telescopes. So again, with detachment, so the bottom, there's three pictures here, all come from the Star Wars franchise. And then the middle photo is an actual photo from the Earth that was taken pretty recently of the two suns. Okay, so this is where I'm always saying, well, you know, which came first, right? I mean, did Star Wars, and I have this whole chapter in my 5th book, which is all about Nibiru, about, you know, the truth behind Judaism, ancient Israel. I mean, it's pretty uncanny if you look, and I you know, there's so many connections here that makes you wonder if George Lucas did research, was told something. You know, it's just a little too coincidental. That's all I have to say. Okay, so now I'm going to delve into the executive orders. So what do these 3 US presidents have in common, besides the fact that Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump are of the same political party? It has nothing to do with the political party, but it has to do with their executive orders, and of course, Obama. So it starts off with 1982, NASA basically sent up a probe, the Interface Region Imaging Spectrograph, also known as IRIS, came back during the Reagan administration. They showed Reagan, okay, and basically that was Nibiru, okay. They went all the way out to the edge of the solar system and took this picture on the top, the purple with the green. That came back. They showed it to Reagan. Reagan is in the middle of doing this strategic defense initiative, which he dubbed the Star Wars program. That was his words, okay, because Star Wars was popular back then. So April 2nd, 1982, he signs this executive order, the national security, and wants everything to do with Nibiru now gets covered up. Okay, so this is why I was saying earlier that the UFO cover-up and the Nibiru cover-up are one and the same. It's like a braid, okay? You pull one string, you're going to unravel the other. So this is where there's been this gag order on it from the 80s, and this was evidenced by, so in my book, what I did was I traced all the way back to the 1930s, the astronomy magazines, how they were always talking about it. They were searching for it. It was the goal of every astronomer, was to find planet X, okay? And that's how they discovered all the outer planets, because they were observing perturbations on, like, okay, so like Neptune and Uranus, and then they saw there were perturbations, and then they discovered Pluto in the 1930s. But they also saw perturbations on Pluto. So they knew that there was something else out there. Okay, so back to the 60s, so Zachariah Sitchin puts his books out, the Earth Chronicles, which are a group of 12 books that basically translates and interprets the cuneiform, the Sumerian tablets. But his first book was The 12th Planet. I'm going to get into that. But this was all sort of happening, you know, in the 60s and the 70s, and everything was being talked about. Okay, so this is what I prove in my book, that there was no cover up on this. It was published in all the astronomy magazines until Reagan put this into a national security order. Okay, so he comes together with Remember the trio, Maggie Thatcher, Gorbachev, the three of them come together and they decide we have to cover this up, okay? Because, you know, they have to prevent the public from panicking. They need people to stay in the debt system, okay? The economy depends on that. They weren't going to come out and say, hey, we have this planet coming into our solar system in the next 30 years. So they went and they started doing cloud seeding, okay, and creating all this stuff in the sky to obfuscate what people could see in the sky. And I'm going to unpack that a little bit more. So anyway, back to the presidents. So this top secret order continues, as with most presidents, they just kind of roll it over, unless of course they want to change it. Okay, so it was rolled over from Reagan through Obama. And Obama was petitioned, okay, to disclose this by multiple humanitarian groups. They were putting pressure on him to announce the truth about Nibiru to the world, but he didn't. Okay, instead he continued this Reagan's executive order, and it got placed in the Obamacare bill. Now, if everyone remembers the news and the history back then, the famous statement by Nancy Pelosi, oh, we have to pass the bill before we can read what's in it. Remember that one? Okay, and yet the bill is probably like, 4 or 5 feet tall. I mean, it was just this whole pile of paper. So this was all kind of passed into that. All right, then Trump gets into office, and his promise was day one, he was going to gut Obamacare, which he did. And when he gutted Obamacare, all this stuff kind of fell apart. Okay, so now we can talk about Nibiru again without punishment. Now we're talking about whistleblowers. So I recently had someone ask me, how come we don't have any whistleblowers? Here was, Michael Sala. Why don't we have any whistleblowers about Nibiru? Well, we do. Okay, we have a NASA astronomer who is known as Mike from around the world, who regularly and accurately reports on this incoming system in great detail. Okay, so FYI, he's there. You can catch him on his YouTube, and he talks to Begley as well, and gives regular updates. Okay, so just saying, there are whistleblowers. So how the UFO disclosure and Nibiru are connected. So here's what we know so far. We know that most of the UFOs are a combination of secret space program advanced aerospace technologies, along with alien and extraterrestrial ships that come and go from inside our Earth and within our solar system. Okay, we are seeing these ships show up around the sun on a regular basis. Okay, I'm going to show you more of them, and I even have a video. So, we're seeing these gigantic spaceships. They're huge, okay? And all of the space telescopes, SOHO, Helioviewer, Cactus GOES, A1A, LASCO coronagraph space telescopes, and these gigantic objects. And every now and then, they will black it out, okay? So we have experienced blackouts because fleets of ships show up. I'm going to show you some pictures. But these giant spherical objects are from the Nemesis system, but I can safely connect a dot here and say, the presence of these spaceships seem to be going with the presence of the binary twin Nemesis and all of these exoplanets intersecting. Okay, so with these planets come spaceships. That's what I'm saying. So since we've been seeing not only planets, but moons also show up, as I showed you already, since about 2003, it's just been a real marked increase in UFO activity around the sun. So, and by the way, I just want to say this. all of these pictures they come from the NASA SOHO the telescopes. They are public. They're in the public domain. You at any time can go to their website and watch it live, 24/7 loop. And myself and other researchers, we go and you can screenshot or you can record. So this is not like, I'm not showing you classified information. This is public, okay? So I encourage people to go do their own research. So essentially we're being visited by a neighboring binary twin system, in addition to the alien presence who have been coexisting with us on Earth all along. So many reside inside our hollowed Earth, and the Earth has 11 dimensions, including ours. So there's a lot going on beneath our feet that we haven't even scratched the surface. Whoops. Why it's not clicking. Sorry. Hello, Sheila, you still there?
I'm here.
For some reason it's not.
Go ahead and stop the screen share and
Okay.
then start it again. Maybe that'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Sheila.
Mhm.
Mercury.
Been there, done that.
You're so good. Thank you. So here's just a map, just to give you an idea of all the space technology, that is watching our sun, that is all around our Earth. And it's not just United States of America technology. We've got Japan, there's Korea, there's a lot of different countries up there. The International Space Station is shared by 11 space agencies on Earth. So it's not just NASA. Oh, crikey. Why is it that's not working? Huh. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. All right, I'll do it again. Okay. I guess
Can you manually use your keyboard to change it?
Yep, that's what I'm doing, the keyboard.
Okay.
So as I was saying about the ISS, so this was a photo that was taken by the ISS of a ship that was hovering above the Earth's horizon. And, you know, Jaden Beeson was watching the stream on the ISS, and he dubbed it the Millennium Falcon, and it stuck. So again, here's why what I was telling you earlier about Majestic 12 and how their plan has definitely been effectuated, because people now have something to relate to. They relate to science fiction. Oh, that must be the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, or that looks like the USS Enterprise from Star Trek. Okay, so the truth is stranger than fiction. We have to pay attention to what's in these sci-fi films and TV, because they are considered soft disclosure. Okay, soft disclosure is not saying, you know, an official announcement. It's basically saying, you know, here's a concept, get your head around it, because hey, we're dealing with it. Like you know, time travel, for instance, and I'll show you that when we get to the Loki series. So, you know, there's been so many astronauts. This is just one of many that have come out. I mean, you know, if people really put their ear to this and they're looking for it, they can find it. Because even though the astronauts, they all have to sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, a lot of them became whistleblowers. A lot of them have come out and said, yeah, we were never alone when we were in space, Scott Carpenter said, and Gordon Cooper. And in my book, I have like a whole list of them that have all come out and said, oh, I'm sorry. Come on. Okay. So Edgar Mitchell, you know, he's a major whistleblower, astronaut. And we have so much to be grateful for the work that he did and left behind. So this is where we have to be careful of, the half truths, that we don't get a hold of the wrong half because the other half is the lie. So this is how we can uncover this cover up. Okay, back to Nemesis. So Nemesis was a Star Trek movie. Do you remember that? So there was something in that they called that movie Nemesis. Okay, so this is what our binary star is called. And this is, how it sort of does a dance around our sun. The very word Nibiru comes from Zachariah Sitchin's translation and interpretation of the Sumerian. So as I was telling you earlier, it evolved into, Aramaic and Hebrew, but doesn't Nibiru sound like Nabu? And that is what they called it in Star Wars. So I'm saying, did George Lucas use this based on these ancient stories of Nibiru? And I have a whole chapter on that. But these are all actual photos on the bottom that were seen on CNN, believe it or not. Okay, so when people say, oh, it's not in the news, it has been, just not, up there at the top. Okay, so here we're dealing with DART. Okay, so DART is NASA's planetary defense mission to basically go after these asteroids that are heading towards the Earth and nudge them out of orbit. They can get them away so that they don't hit the Earth, or they can blow them up, just like in the movie Armageddon with Bruce Willis, except Bruce Willis, basically gave himself up for it as a suicide mission. NASA's DART program aren't doing that. So a lot of people ask me about Apophis, which is the asteroid that is scheduled to pass the Earth, very, very close, by the way, on Friday the 13th of 2029. That's only 5 years from now, okay, because we're almost in 24. So it is not going to hit the Earth. Okay, they have already gone ahead and they've done all this stuff, but that doesn't mean that something won't. Okay, so this is what the sixth seal in Revelation 6:12 and then the book of Joel. Joel 2:31 talks about the sun going black like sackcloth and the moon going red like blood. So 10 years ago, the Christian fundamentalists and the fringe, they thought, oh, this has to do with these blood moons and lunar eclipses, and it doesn't. And so they went on this whole craze and they got really sidetracked into that. Lunar eclipses happen like clockwork every 6 months. Every 6 months we have a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse, and sometimes 3. Sometimes you get 2 lunar eclipses with a solar eclipse sandwiched in, and vice versa. It's just the way our celestial dynamics work. You cannot have a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse at the same time. Impossible. Okay, so Joel 2:31 is not about a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse. Joel 2:31 and Revelation 6:12 has to do with a meteor shower, okay, that comes from this system that is full of red iron oxide. So when people talk about Nibiru passing the Earth, so here, let me flip this for you, okay? We, Earth, is going to pass through the debris field of Nibiru. Nibiru is not going to pass Earth. We're going to pass through Nibiru. So we're on a trajectory towards this. It's kind of a divine appointment, so much so that it was written into the prophecies. So people say, well, why should I take any of these prophecies seriously? Why should I even pay attention to them? Well, if you read my books, I prove all of the prophecies that have already come true. Okay, so we're on this prophetic calendar. Okay, and this has happened before. This is not new. It may be unprecedented for us because, we haven't dealt with this yet, okay? But this happened in the past. In fact, the last time it happened was during the Exodus, okay, which was approximately 3,500 years ago. So, you know, this phys.org just came out. They're always putting these articles out about the you know, that they've found this new planet around a red dwarf star. So when people say, how come they're not saying it? They are. They're putting it out there, but it's just not, you know, prominent in the media, but it's there. So these three photos, all, you know, except for the red disc, the Egyptian disc, the sun, we're getting this all the time, all over the place. The sun is setting and it creates wings. Yes, it's very pretty and it looks good, but why is that happening? Plasma, okay? Because it's connecting with this other system that is right around the sun. And on the bottom right corner, that is a telescopic photo of Nibiru approaching. So in the prophecy, it talks about men will faint from fear and anxiety over what is coming upon the earth, because the powers of the heavens will be shaken. So this is what, you know, the end time prophecy is about a tribulation period that sets precedent over the politics. Yes, there's going to be politics and warfare and all kinds of stuff we're already happening, okay? That's just going to continue like birth pangs. But what trumps it all, what seems to, like, you know, gloss, you know, it is the bigger picture, is what's happening to the planet and what's happening to our sun. Okay, so we are getting coronal holes on our sun, like on a regular basis. In fact, I'm going to show you the other day, the hole opened up that they could fit, they said 60 to 70 Earths inside this hole. Okay, and when these holes open up, it's basically diluting the sun in a way, and out of the holes, the sun belches these coronal mass ejections and solar flares, and they wave over the earth. Okay, and because the sun is being perturbed, it's being pulled on by this plasma exchanges with this other system, which is not about us. Let me say this. The powers that be, the global elite, Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, have been trying to guilt trip Earth humans into that global warming and climate change is your fault. It is not. Okay, it is about the sun. Okay, and this is science. Okay, so it's science that perhaps they don't want you to know, because it serves them if you go buy curly light bulbs, or you stop raising cows or eating meat and all this, you know, crazy stuff that they think is going to change things. And it's not. Okay, it's not. This is in motion, and this is going to happen. It's a cycle, and Earth has been through this before, and it will come around, and everything will clear up, and we will enter into a new age. So I'm not here to put fear into anyone, and that's another reason why the government doesn't want you guys knowing this stuff, because it's a little kind of fearful. But if you who are, you know, spiritual, you've got, you know, your relationship with God, which is, you know, really all that matters, and however you perceive him to be, him, her, it, that is all that matters. We are souls having human experiences, and the earth has been through this before. And I'm just saying this to comfort people out there, because it is kind of scary, and we're living through it every day. Okay, 2023 was the hottest year in history. Now I'm going to show you what recently happened that just ended, like yesterday, was the COP28. So anyway, I'm going to get to that. So this is just more, you know, pictures. This is a telescopic photo of Nibiru. So Nibiru is gold, but it's surrounded by, it's a golden core planet, but it's surrounded by red iron oxide, which it's actually like a comet planet, which is what Carlos Muñoz Ferrada, the famous 1940s Chilean astronomer who accurately tracked it, okay, he called it Hercules. He called it a comet planet because it has two tails, and the two tails is why it looks like it has wings. Okay, so that's where the wings come from, are the tails. So we are also seeing this, just to connect some dots for people, that this is also known as the Messianic star. Okay, it's written and prophesied in the Zohar, in the Torah. And basically they said, when this awful star, this color of crimson, which is red, will appear in the middle of the heavens, burning and sparkling in the eyes of the entire world, everyone is going to see this. And no matter what they do, what they've been doing to try to cover this up, the system is flawed. It's not going to get covered up all the time and all the way. Okay, so and the world will be shocked. So this will be a 40-day thing, you know, this whole passing thing that is written here in these scriptures. And they said, when you see this, that's when the Messiah is going to come. This is ancient Jewish belief, okay? And in the Torah, Numbers, the book of Numbers 24, it talks about, which is basically like the Christmas story, I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob. Jacob became Israel. And a scepter shall rise out of Israel and shall smite the corners of Moab and destroy the children of Seth. So this has to do with the Messiah. Nibiru has been tracked by NASA for now probably 50 years now. Okay, and I have a whole story in my book about NASA's chief astronomer, Robert S. Harrington and Zachariah Sitchin, and what happened there, and how when the two of them got together, he was sort of put to rest about a year later because they actually corroborated. So that was during the right after that executive order, and that's when the cover-up went down. They did not want, and they threatened Sitchin, and they said, you know, if you tell anyone in your lectures when this is passing, we're going to shut you down. And that's why he was always very tight-lipped about it. He never ever said when. And when everyone asked him when, and he always used to say, not in my lifetime. And he was right, because he passed away in 2010. So it didn't happen in his lifetime, but it is happening in many of ours, okay? So as I was telling you earlier, the ancient prophecies about the different groups, the Greeks called it Hercolobus, the Chinese called it the Red Dragon, the Hopis, the blue and the red Kachina, and then Revelation talks about wormwood. Now, wormwood is not Nibiru. Wormwood comes out of Nibiru, okay? Wormwood is an asteroid. So as I was telling you earlier about the DART program, and this is not Apophis, this is something else that, you know, says it's going to hit the Earth and destroy 1/3 of Earth's waters, and that's why they called it wormwood, because wormwood means bitterness. So it turns everything bitter, which is from the red iron oxide. But, you know, this is all part of what the Earth is going through, which is a pole shift. These are all actual telescopic photos on the left side of Nibiru, which has 4 moons. It was also called the planet of crossing because it crosses over the ecliptic when it comes through here. So what we're seeing around the sun, a combination of exoplanets, solar cores, spaceships, and, you know, you have to wonder, why our government dubbed the secret space program Solar Warden? Okay, because they knew that the sun also acts as a stargate, and it has to do with guarding the solar system. I think it's no coincidence that the Space Force call themselves Guardians now. Okay, so we have, you know, again, truth is strange in fiction, Guardians of the Galaxy, you know, and this clash between two kingdoms, the way I see it, it's like the real Game of Thrones. And what if these 10 kingdoms in the book of Revelation refers to these 10 planetary kingdoms and our Earth? When people call themselves, they say, oh, you spoke with the Pleiadians or the Arcturians, you are a Solarian because we live in the solar system of Sol. So that makes us Solarians. Okay, just saying, if you want a new name for yourself, you're a Solarian. So here's another piece that I unpacked. The Lord, both in the Old and the New Testament, it's repeated, promises to recreate the heavens and the earth. Because the old model is obviously not working. It's creating irregular orbits, it's creating collisions and cataclysms. Immanuel Velikovsky, who was good friends with Albert Einstein back in the 50s, they were pen pals, they went back and forth. He wrote the book Worlds in Collision. He basically, through physics, determined and discerned how the asteroid belt got there from an ancient cataclysm, from when one of the planets or moons that got into our space basically exploded a planet. That's how Star Wars begins. They were watching a planet explode. Our asteroid belt is the remnants of an old planet. So this is something that, and each time Nibiru comes, we come into Nibiru's path, or Nibiru comes through ours, it always creates earth changes. It doesn't always create cataclysms, but sometimes it does, because it's not a perfect system. So this is my discernment of why the Lord says he's going to recreate the heavens and the earth, because this system is part of an old curse, okay? And this is also unpacked in ancient Jewish books that were rejected by the Church of Rome. So, yes, Nibiru is already here. This is one of my photos that I was telling you. I had a couple of them from that same day. And this, is just more of the same. So, people ask me, what are the top 12 end time Bible prophecies? Well, I'm going to keep this up and give you all a few minutes to read. But number 12 hasn't happened yet. So 1 to 11, you can check off, and suffice to say, we're already in it. And one of the things that Yeshua talked about was he compared it to birth pangs, okay? Birth contractions. So when a woman gives birth, you have contractions, and they start off really far apart, and then they get closer and closer and closer and closer until it's time to be born or reborn, okay? And that is how he gave this analogy for the end times. So when we talk about the end times, what are we referring to? And he also said he was returning at the end of this age. So this is an astronomical age, the precessional age of Pisces. So in terms of precessional ages, they go backwards. So not like our regular zodiac, where right now we're in Sagittarius, we're going to move into Capricorn next week on the solstice, and we go forward. The precessional ages go backwards. So we go Pisces, and then we go Aquarius. So the precessional ages last approximately 2,160 years, and they change when our sun rises on the vernal equinox in the beginning or the end of those stars. So in this case, here's where we're at, just to let you know how close we are to the end of this age. We are at 3 degrees of Pisces. So we go 3, 2, 1, 0, and that becomes the 0 point, the turning point, the transition year or several years that takes us into the stars of Aquarius, okay, which is going to happen before the end of this century. I can promise you that, probably sooner. Okay, so here's another thing is how they have messed with the calendars. Okay, and my sixth book, which is the final book in my nonfiction book series, which is called Heaven's Witness, I'm unpacking the time manipulation and the calendar shenanigans. Okay, which is why we can't, and I say, like, it's like that Chicago song, does anyone really know what time it is? Because they keep messing with the timeline and the calendar and measuring things. And it has, like, we live on the Gregorian. I'm just showing you another object around the sun, not as gigantic as the other one, but it's still bigger than the Earth. These are photos from Earth, okay, that were taken pretty recently, that are showing this anomaly. Okay, this was this month, on the bottom left corner in Finland. Last year in Brazil, the two suns. The Antarctica is probably one of the best places on Earth to view it because of, it's coming from the southwest. On the right here, this is also telescopic photos proving, what it looks like in the heavens with those wings, the plasma. This is just a illustration. Now here in these, the Sumerian tablets, the Anunnaki Ijiji uprising, notice the two suns at the top. They're basically depicting the binary solar system that's at the top. So in terms of time, so they called their year a shar. So Nibiru comes around every shar. One shar is one cycle on Nibiru, which equals 3,567 Earth years. Okay, so I think this is kind of interesting and relevant in terms of telling time. So in the Bible, both in the Old and the New Testament, it's repeated that a day is like 1,000 years to the Lord, and 1,000 years is like a day. So right there we have time travel. Okay, so here you have 3,500. Now, Sitchin talked about 3,600 years, but they were lunar years. So when you translate that, it's 3,567 Earth years. Okay, and we are due. So, the end game, and I'm not talking to the Avengers, but it's all relevant, that this final galactic drama is being played out over the Earth and over us in these end times and these very last days of the end times of this processional age. So it is the final cosmic drama between these ancient alien gods and the Lord of the Cosmos. So it's like the Clash of the Titans. It's a divine appointment, okay, for who is going to end up ruling over the Earth and the solar system. And I got some good news for you as we progress into this about what's going to happen to the Earth when all this plays out. So back to the past. Now, these were these tablets and the star map, the ancient Sumerian star map. We see this in Mesopotamia, India, Egypt, Persia. It's all the same story. When Sitchin used to show this in his lectures, everybody immediately thought, it's the Pleiades. It's not the Pleiades. It's the 7 planets that belong to the Nemesis-Nibiru system. Otherwise, why are they in between the sun and the moon? Our sun, our moon, okay? And FYI, the Pleiades is not 7. The Pleiades has hundreds of stars are in the Pleiades. The only reason why we, through culture and mythology, have somehow attached 7 is because of the 7 brightest stars in the Pleiades, which we call the 7 sisters, that can be seen from Earth. Those are stars, not planets. What we're seeing etched in stone here that Sitchin was showing, this is the Nemesis-Nibiru system with the 7 planets. Okay, so here we have more space telescopic photos, what we're seeing in the cactus, and then this. You know, this was going on back in the about September. This was in the bottom left corner. That object was moving around the sun. And then we're also seeing these spaceships. Okay, so we know that they're not comets. We know they don't look like, they're not spherical, so they're not exoplanets or exomoons. David Toon, one of the chief MUFON investigators, calls them technosignatures because he basically has eliminated that they cannot be comets or any other kind of regular anomaly that you see going around the sun. These are spaceships, and look at the shape of them. Don't they look similar to what the ancients left behind, etched in stone, etched in the temple walls, the Ahura Mazda even? So I'm just going to go through and show you some more, just so that you can see the different types that we're seeing around the sun. So this was just 2 years ago. This was last year on the bottom. You know, there's like 3-4 different shapes here. This was recent, November 27th. We saw this, and it's the same shape as what we saw around Nevada and Phoenix, which is known as the Phoenix Lights. This triangular looking ship. So yeah, all of this comes from David Toon's collection, and he's taken it upon himself to go through all these space telescopes and look for what he calls technosignatures, which is basically, you know, intelligence, spaceships. And what I find interesting here is the top, it's dark, but you can see there's a cross. It's like a blue cross. So if you remember the story with Constantine, you know, he looked up in the sky and he saw a cross, and he took it as a sign, thinking that it was like, you know, Jesus Christ, that cross, but it really wasn't. It was a spaceship. Okay, and they do come in that like X cross looking shape, evidenced right here, moving around the sun. Now on the right side, you see these 3 photos. One is yellow, one is blue, one is the reddish one. All these ships were literally hovering over the sun for 48 hours. They just stayed there in place. So this was all recorded. And this is just recent, last week. Last week, we saw these cylinder-shaped objects pass by the sun. There were several of them. Okay, and this is just to show when you change the coloring, it shows that it's an object, so it's not like, you know, light on light. This was, you know, from the LASCO coronagraph. More of the same. Look at the bottom left. So that is when we see stuff like that, then they go into this blackout. And I think it was 2019 in the summer, August 2019, everything was blacked out because there was a fleet of ships that were coming around the sun. So they shut everything down so people couldn't see it. Here we have more of the same, just different shapes, different times. And in the middle here, I'm going to show you this video of that was captured from the ISS in May and June of 21. These are screenshots of it on the bottom. And then, of course, this is what was seen around the sun. And I have both videos here that I'm going to get into. So here we go. There's no sound to it. So basically the ESA, European Space Agency astronaut, was watching this from the ISS for 2 months. this ship was hovering over the Earth in the upper ionosphere. So you couldn't see it from the Earth, but they did see it from the space station. Now, I want you to look at the movement. So there's these little scout ships coming and going on the right wing. And that bottom piece, that's actually a ship coming and going. You'll see it disappear. You'll also see that the right wing changes lights because of these little scout ships that are coming and going in it. So you wonder, who is this? I don't know. I can't tell you. But they were hovering over the Earth for 2 months. And you can see it's so much hot. It's above the auroras. It's in the upper ionosphere. So people called it the Klingon bird of prey. Again, we have science fiction helping people to deal with the reality that we're not alone and how we can relate to some of these concepts. Okay, here you can see all these little dots are all these little ships that that belong to this we can call mothership. So the ESA, European Space Agency, is not NASA. So, you know, a lot of people, a lot of astronauts feel like, okay, well, they just really don't want to keep this to themselves. I mean, if he's looking out the window and seeing this was all over the YouTubes. And so I have all the YouTubes here. Jaime Maussan posted it. And, you know, once that genie is out of the bottle, on the it's not going back in. So this is authentic footage from his cell phone. He took out his cell phone and he recorded. You can see the movement on the right wing. And you can see that middle piece disappear because the ship went in. So, yeah, definitely not alone.
Any clue who these ships may belong to?
I couldn't say. I don't know. But this mothership hovered for 2 months in the same spot. So something was going on. Okay, so, and I have another one for you. So this video was taken over Russia 6 years ago. And when I got a hold of it, I thought, wow, look at that. Isn't that something? If you look closely, it looks just like this fresco that was painted on this monastery in Serbia in medieval times, 1350 AD. There's something in this cloud, okay? It's an intelligent cloud, and it's moving with something in it. Now, you wonder, when they painted this in AD 1350, what were they trying to say? I think that a lot of the artists who painted, who etched into wall, they painted it because that's what they saw. So, you know, this is ancient. It's not new. Where it comes from, I don't know. Why it's over Russia? Well, we're going to get into the Russian stuff in the next phase of this, because there's a lot of, you know, Chaim Eshed's material. He has disclosed a lot of crashes and alien bodies retrieved from Russia. Look at that thing. That is not your normal cloud. So, and here, so this date was in 2019, right after this, the whole thing went into a blackout. So there were these three, they look like ships with holes in them. I don't know if they're, you know, they're flat. They don't look like the sphere that I showed you earlier. But I remember when this happened, everything went into a blackout. Now, isn't it interesting how the Swiss banknote has an illustration of the Nibiru Planet X system? So, you know, hiding in plain sight, as they say. It's not like they're not telling people it's there. It's just subtle. Ah, okay. So has anyone been following this? Please do your research. COP28 is just finished this week. So this is something that really kind of blew my mind when I read about this and saw that King Charles is now calling himself, these are his two new seals. He is the Astrocarta and the Terracarta. So the Astrocarta means that he is basically in charge of the wonders of the universe. Wow, that's a lofty title, okay? And the Terracarta is very similar to like the Pan, the nature god, you know, the green god, that he is like in charge of the earth. So him and this whole grouping here, and you know, let's not forget what George Carlin taught us. It's a big club and you ain't in it. And look, you know, they wanna do away with fossil fuels. They have 17 goals that they're going to implement globally in 2024, between 2024 and 2025, when they have their next meeting. So keep an eye out for all of this, because this is like, and all this stuff happens, excuse me, behind the scenes. It doesn't really get a whole lot of media coverage, but this went on for a week and a half. Okay, I'm almost ready for almost there. Sorry, I gotta restart this. It's a little glitchy. Okay, why isn't it moving? Oh dear. Help, Sheila.
I have no idea. Maybe what we could do is just go ahead and take a quick little break here,
Okay,
and then maybe we can figure out what's going on.
okay. I can't seem to, let's see. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Okay, almost,
Perfect.
I'm almost done here. So I just
Perfect.
wanted to complete this part just to show you, if you guys want to look it up. These are articles that were published. There's plenty, just Google it, and you'll see what they have planned for 2024, which is all about the climate change. And they want to make you, all Earth humans, responsible for it. And as I'm telling you, you're not. Earth humans are responsible for pollution, 100%. We can clean, we can do a lot there, and take responsibility, but we are not responsible for climate change, which is governed by the sun. Okay, and we are in the midst of a pole shift. Okay, our poles have moved 40 degrees and they are still moving. And that these are illustrations of the hole in the pole at the top. So we've got a tilt that just recently happened, because every time we have these like really intense earthquakes, the Earth's axis tilts. So this is all happening, okay? And it eventually, the Bible prophecy in the book of Isaiah 24 says that the Lord is going to turn the earth upside down, which is biblical vernacular for pole shift. And it's happened before. So this is all, and this was taken out of this declassified CIA document called the Adam and Eve story, which you can find online. And this is part of the cover-up that I was telling you. They have documented this. They know that this is coming. You know, I didn't make this up. This isn't, you know, this is all, they're preparing for it. Okay, this a magnetic pole reversal. So we're almost done with this part here. And, you know, this is the end times. People are going to be taking out their camera. They already are. You know, they look up, they take pictures. We see it, you know, I see it daily in my news feed. And this is a picture of the debris field. So it's really the debris field that does the most damage to Earth. Nibiru is not going to bump into the Earth, but the debris field is. So, you know, and you can corroborate what I'm telling you. Go look it up. The Earth has shifted on its axis, which is what is creating the climate change. And of course, the warming in the sun. So that's why, you know, they're already having spring in certain areas of the country. And there's, you know, hurricane season in Florida has ended in November, but yet this weekend, as we speak, they're getting a big nor'easter. So that's just a little joke, but to lighten it up a bit. But, you know, the solar flares are coming like birth pangs almost on a daily basis. It's pretty amazing. This happened last year. So we had 3 cracks in our magnetosphere, and every time a solar flare waves over the Earth, it gets into the cracks in the magnetosphere, and then it causes not only the warming, but it causes radiation, and it elevates what we are calling the Schumann frequency or the Schumann resonance. So we've had a lot of severe breaches recently, radiation breaches, which is why people are a little nutty, okay? There's a whole thing that goes with this. So ask me why I don't do astrology anymore. I'll tell you why, because this trumps all the astrological influences, okay? So unfortunately, astrologers are not using these planetary influences in their charts. And until they do, you cannot have accurate astrological prediction. Even Mercury retrograde, which is what we're in. This trumps Mercury retrograde. We are in the middle of a solar storm right now. These are just some illustrations to show, and that is an actual photo on the bottom of the auroras. So they used to call them northern lights because they were only in the upper northern, around the North Pole. Now we're getting auroras as south as Colorado. They've been seen in California and even in Texas. Okay, so this has to do with the prophecy of the asteroid hitting the Earth. And Jesus talked about it. It's written throughout the end time prophecy. So something is going to affect us. We're seeing this warming is happening 60% faster now. You know, again, we're getting closer to these birth pangs. The colors are part of the prophecy. That was what the Hopis talked about. That when you start to see all these different colors in the sky, you know that we're coming to the end of the age. And even though they're beautiful and people take pictures and they go, wow, isn't that cool? But a lot of it has to do with chemicals that are being pumped into our atmosphere, that when the sun hits it, it's like a prism effect and it creates these colors. So this is the Schumann resonance, which is something that everyone is being affected by. So you may feel like, oh, you can't, it interrupts your sleep. You wake up after a couple of hours. You know, you might feel dehydrated. There's anxiety, depression, mood swings. I mean, and it is scientifically proven that it affects the circadian rhythms of our brain. So the Schumann resonance is the Earth's natural hum, which is 7.83 hertz. So when you see these white spikes That's what happens when we get solar flares. They spike, they get into the magnetosphere, and it causes this high frequency. And it's a lot to adjust to physically. So got to stay hydrated. And this is why I don't do astrology anymore, because this stuff is happening more often. It's like, you know, we get a few days, then we have maybe 1 or 2 days, everything kind of like levels out, and then it comes back up again. Which is what is creating a lot of, you know, the mental disorders, anxieties off the chart, war, people wanting to war, the conflicts. I mean, all of this is just, it's all part of what they said was going to happen. Okay, so here we are at our break. So when I come back, I'm going to keep this up so anyone wants to read it. This is a chapter from my new book about the Machiavellian alien agenda, which I'm going to unpack for you in the next segment, and why this is relevant to disclosure, and what Chaim Eshed revealed in his book, which, as Sheila told you, I'm willing to send to you through email in a PDF. It's 15 pages with any book purchase on my website. So, and I'll get your email and I'll just send it over if you're interested. But this is very relevant to what's going on right now.
This information is absolutely phenomenal. And thank you so much for all your research that you're doing. We are going to go ahead and take a, 10-minute break so people can run to the restroom. If you have questions, please put them down at the bottom in the Q&A, and we will visit that when we return. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the recording. Everyone, please remind me to start it again. I would appreciate that. But I'm going to go ahead and pause right now. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Thanks to all of you guys who are hanging in there with us. I know this is some pretty intensive information, so be sure to drink your water. All right, let me start with a couple of the Q&A, and this is from Tom. He wants to know, where were all of the crashed UFOs shot down? Were all of the crashed UFOs shot down?
I can't say if they were shot down. You know, that is a really good question. You wonder why these aliens or ETs keep crashing on the Earth. There have been multiple crashes, not just here. I'm going to share with you in a couple of minutes the Chaim Eshed's material, which has to do with crashes that are outside of the United States, Russia, Israel, I think one in Europe. There was the one in Italy that David Grush referred to in his testimony in 1933. That one had to do with, it was in northern Italy, and the Italians thought it was the Germans. They thought it was German technology, so they called the Germans, and then the Germans came and it wasn't them. So that is a great question. You wonder what causes these crashes. I mean, back in 1933, when that crash happened, we didn't have the kind of technology we have now to shoot stuff if it was us. So I don't have an answer to that, why they're crashing. It could also be because the Earth is off. Things like even the birds are, I mean, we got all kinds of animal, wildlife anomalies happening because the magnetosphere is changing. So maybe these aliens are missing the mark. because the Earth is changing, I really don't know.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hey, from Janice, she says, do you know about Arcturians and Hathors and Andromedans here on the higher quote in or parentheses invisible to us, 5th through the 9th dimensions? Thank you.
Well, I did write about them in my first book, book 1. There's chapters on all of them, and so what I know, I've published, which is that they are part of the mix of the what I call the evademic race, the human race. Arcturians, there's mixtures there. Not all human. There's like, tall green grays. So in my book, I've basically published that there were, what we know so far is that there's 35 different species of grays. So I I spell it GRAY to distinguish the species from the color GREY, which is the color gray, because grays can come in all colors. So I do have a piece in my book about the Arcturians, that there were these green colored gray aliens. So if you want to look that up and read about them. So, there's just so many different types. We have white grays, navy, green, brown, tan. Some of them turn colors when they are hungry or versus when they eat. We have reports and evidence of that. So it's a cosmic zoo.
We have so many fantastic questions up here, and I know you only wanted to take a few before we move forward, but let me ask this one more, and then we'll try to get to some more a little bit later, guys. It says, I remember you said that Stitchin did not say the dates. Do you know the approximate dates? Did you say when we will go through this debris field?
Great question. Yes, you're right. Sitchin did not give dates. And this is what I am presently working on, is trying to match these calendars. Okay, so this may not be the answer you want, but okay, so our calendar right now is called the Gregorian calendar, after Pope Gregory from the Church of Rome. It has absolutely no astronomical relevance whatsoever. Okay, in the ancient times, the calendars matched the sun or the moon. They were either solar or lunar or both. For instance, the Jewish calendar is a combination of solar and lunar. The Muslim calendar is lunar only. So the Gregorian calendar doesn't even match up with either, which is why they have to add a day every 4 years, leap day, which we're going to have in February 29th of 2024 coming up, because there is no mathematical astronomical relevance to it. Okay, so this is why it's hard to predict on this calendar. So what I do is, instead of giving people dates and times, I am using the prophetic calendar, okay? And I am basically publishing and telling people where we're at in terms of that calendar, okay? So, but if you do want to have some dates and times, I will give a range that it is between now, because it's already begun, okay? The debris field has already begun. If you look up, you will see that we are in an uptick on meteorites, fireballs, comets, asteroids passing you. In fact, we just had a comet yesterday burn itself up into the sun, and it was seen on the LASCO. Okay, so this is all part of the debris field. In fact, it started in 1994. Okay, so if you remember the shoemaker Levy, that pearl string of comets that crashed into Jupiter and left a big black mark on it, that's from this debris field. And also we have more moons. Jupiter has more moons now because it's bringing in, it's like magnetizing this system. And in a way, Jupiter is protecting Earth because it takes the brunt of a lot of this stuff. Okay, so this is why, you know, Jupiter has always been seen as this like cosmic fatso that's just, you know, like at one point they thought it was going to become a second sun because it's a gas giant. Suffice to say, it seems to be what's coming in through the solar system ends up there, but it's not just Jupiter. We're seeing changes on all the planets. We're seeing changes on Mars. There's perturbations on all the planets because of this system. So we are in it. It's already begun. But I did say I was going to give you a time. So between what I published in my 5th book, all about Nibiru, was calculations that had to do with the 7-year. Okay, so in the Bible, it talks about a 7-year tribulation period. And I find that it's no coincidence that the whistleblowers, okay, have told us that this whole system, as we pass through it and it passes around our sun, is going to take 7 years. So that period of time is between 2040 and 2046. So that's 7 years, 0 to 6. It's still the 0 year is 1. And it could happen even sooner because time has changed. And I know this is not what you want to hear. You want a date and a time, and it's really hard to say that. Okay, we know for sure that Apophis asteroid is coming April 13th of 2029, but there's also another one in 2031. Okay, so the next 15 years is really like we are in this, and it's just going to heat up and heat up and heat up. Okay, I mean, I think the 7-year tribulation could happen in the 2030s or by 2040. I published calculations that point to 2040 to 2046. So I'm not holding my hat on it because the timeline keeps changing, and it's really hard to pinpoint stuff. I mean, NASA knows, but they're not saying.
Thank you so much. And could that tilt be why the
Yes.
sun has appeared to be white these last several years?
Yes, the tilt is why the time is off, okay? Because if you remember that big 8 earthquake, and we're going to have
Right.
9s and 10s, okay? That means that the seismic is going to measure 9 and 10 quakes, okay? We had an 8, we had a 9, okay? The Chilean quake that caused that big tsunami, that for 10 minutes the earth shook, and it actually knocked the earth off the axis, you know, where it moved, and it shaved about 20 seconds off of our day. So when people say, well, doesn't it feel like things are speeding up, time is speeding up? It is. That is a reality. So, but in answer to your question, Sheila, about the sun being bright, that's another situation, which I'm going to show you.
Being white.
The bright white, yes.
Right.
I call it the flashlight sun. And that's because we have a solar simulator in place. I'm going to show you that in as we get through this.
Perfect. All right. All right. Thank you for your questions, everybody. We will try to get back to as many as possible because they are all awesome. Thank you. Okay, Ella, take it away.
Okay, well, here, thanks for hanging out this long. I know it's a lot, but this is part 2. So in my book, I have several chapters that unpack this, what I call Machiavellian alien agenda. And I republished my first book as a 4th edition this past summer, and I added 20 chapters to it about what's really going on behind the alien abductions. Okay, so when we use the word abduction, like you would with a child that goes missing, it's a kidnapping. But with the alien abductions, these are temporary kidnappings, okay, because the aliens put you back. They don't take you away, although some people might wish to be taken away, but they get put back after a few hours. So what is happening there? Well, there's multiple abduction programs, okay? So I want to let me talk about that for a minute. And one of them, and I'm going to unpack this as we get a little further into this, is implants, okay? And I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to give you, illustrations, because there's the hybridization program, where they're creating hybrids using a female ovum and male sperm and alien DNA and mixing it and then putting it into a separate female. Okay, so there's so many layers to the abductions. It's not just one program, but one of them has to do with this alien agenda, okay, from inside. There's to keep us divided, okay, because they know that when humans come together, okay, and we don't have to think alike, we don't have to agree on anything really, to be humankind, to be the kind in humankind, to be kind to each other, okay, even and accept each other's differences. This is a key piece as to why the Galactic Federation told Chaim Eshed that the public wasn't ready, because there's so much division, okay? And there is a group of aliens that actually benefit from that. They feed off of division, strife, conflict, arguments, separation. Our energy fields put off this what they call loosh, and they eat off of that. Okay, so I know that sounds like, oh, it sounds really crazy science fiction like, but it's true. Okay, because when you're in an argument with someone, when you're fighting with someone, you're feeling something is draining from you. Okay, it's not an uplifting, positive experience, although sometimes you have to fight to defend yourself, defend your life. Okay, but this is an agenda to keep us divided, which they have had in place from the beginning. Okay, and this is what's in my books about religion and how they have used these implants to keep people divided over religion. And it's an age-old thing. It's a controlling factor. So this is why I have this about uniting and uniting. Now it's interesting what happened in Israel, okay, recently, which I'm going to talk about. So this is just me, okay, just to let you know where I went to school, and that was Sde Boker, which is, they call the Little Grand Canyon because it looks like a Grand Canyon. And I graduated in '79. I went back. I haven't been back since '83. I chose not to be Israeli. I wanted to be American. I could have been Israeli. They wanted me to stay there. My first marriage, I was married to an Israeli, but it wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to be American, and I wanted to work in New York City, and that's what I did. Okay, so this is my history. This is my past. So Chaim Eshed, as you all know, said in 2020 that there was a galactic federation. Okay, I mean, he used those words, and he basically said that that humanity, that our public is not ready for them, and he said that we were working with them in working agreements, the United States of America and Israel together in joint agreements, joint working agreements here on Earth and on Mars. Okay, yes, Mars. Now, when he said this, okay, a lot of us who have been talking about the Galactic Federation, I've written about it in my first book, and I also wrote about another whistleblower who Andy Basiago, who basically came out and said that they all went to Mars in 1980, okay, on Project Pegasus through the Mars jump room. And there's all these stories. I documented it all. In fact, Andy edited it for me, so I made sure that I had all my facts straight. So it's in book 1 if anyone wants to read it. But he basically vindicated Basiago by saying that. Okay, he's also said that, you know, Trump knows about it. Okay, knows about the Galactic Federation, and why else did he push for the new military branch Space Force? So this is just a little joke about Jews in space and secret Jewish space, you know, the lasers and all the jokes that have been said about this, because there's some truth in it. Okay, I mean, the Israelis did go to the moon. They crashed Bereshit on the moon, and that's where this comes from. In space, no one can hear you fetch, because it was sort of a failed mission. But this is all the stuff that was put out in 2020, the Jerusalem Post, the actual interview that he gave with the Yedidot Achronot has been wiped off the internet. So anyone who saved it when it came out, that's it, really. So why have they been covering all this stuff up? Well, you know, there's a multi-layered reasons for it. So one reason, okay, and this is just one of many, is that there's a group of aliens that live inside the Earth that do not want disclosure, okay, because that would mean exposing them. And they are this hidden hand behind many of our kingdoms on Earth, and the Illuminati, if you want to put a word on it. And they're working with different governments on the Earth. So if they were exposed in some disclosure, then that would, you know, that would just like kind of crash their whole house of cards, right? So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is, and this is where I'm coming from in my book series, which is all about racism, okay, and division, and the fact that humans can't accept each other. How could we be expected to accept ET? If we can't accept our differences and we have these bigotries in place, oh, I can't be friends with you, or I can't work with you because you support this politician, or you follow this religion, or you're this sex, or you're this gender, or you identify here or there, and I don't, so therefore I can't have anything to do. That's just bigotry. And this is life on planet Earth in any given time. There's too much division here. So how can we be responsible, be expected to interact with ET in a post-disclosure world or in a present world that we have right now? Okay, which is why they have pulled back on this, okay, because people have to get ready. So what you know, this is what I said at the beginning, is that it was their plan. The Majestic 12 put this in place in the 1950s to get the public ready through soft disclosure, through film, through TV, through putting these concepts in science fiction and fantasy, so that people can have some sort of something to relate to, like the timeline. Okay, so we've got okay, so here's some excerpts from Eshed's book, and he talks about these long necks. Okay, so like, you know, if you saw something like that, what would you think? I mean, immediately people would throw jokes at it. Okay, I mean, there's enough mockery, there's enough bigotry for people who have just had experiences with different types of alien life and ETs. Can you imagine what these beings would have to put up with from humans if they appeared to you looking like that, you know, the tall, long neck guy. But that's what he's talking about in his book. So there was several crashes, and one of them had a very large neck and a very large head. And he is saying that there are several solutions to that: the weight of the skull, the gravity, the muscles, and then there was another crash, okay, that they found humans, all right, and they weren't from Earth. They weren't Earth humans. They were in a ship with some type of oxygen apparatus, okay, and this is all detailed in his book, and all of this that I'm presenting right here is in the PDF that I'm willing to email to anyone with a book purchase from my website, because you know, I don't have direct permission to share this and publish it, okay, but under the fair use copyright here in America, this is for educational purposes and news reporting, and commentary and criticism. So people are willing, you know, I'm more than willing to send it if people are willing to, you know, use it for that purpose only. I'm not selling it. So I just want people to know that. So there's also, you know, he's basically documented all these crashes, okay, and reports. And you know, one of the crashes showed a control panel that had the ancient Sanskrit language on it. Okay, now isn't that interesting? Because we have the Vedic literature, the Mahabharata, which is all about these ancient alien battles between different groups of aliens. So you wonder whose ship that belonged to. There's a lot going on here. I'm leaving this up so people could read it, hopefully. So you know, he's basically concluded that the vehicles that were found were extraterrestrial. They weren't one of Earth's secret space program type ships, because it's not just us, it's not just America that has a secret space program. You know, Russia does, China does. I can't really say about Israel, but I did publish in my fourth book, Covenants, in the chapter UFOs in Israel, the 3 crashes that happened on Sheikh Mona Beach, 1987, 89, and 91, which basically burned the sand on the beach. And it just so happens that that the location where those crashes happened, which were 3 different times in the same space, just so coincidentally happened to be Elijah's cave. Elijah, okay, Elijah never died. Elijah and Enoch were the 2 characters in the Old Testament that never died. They got taken up. They ascended. They were raptured. Okay, so that was my conclusion on that was that it must be a portal, because if they keep coming back to the same spot and they keep crashing in the same spot, this must be some portal. So okay, so I hope people have had enough time to maybe make sense of this and read it. I'm gonna, of course, if I leave it there for too long, then I have to sign in again. Sorry. Thanks for your patience. For some reason. I'm so sorry.
Do you want us to take a second maybe to reboot?
There we go. Okay. It's just a little glitchy, I guess. I don't
Okay.
know. But this is also, just me basically saying I'm going to send this to you. But if you want to read this, these are his words on the right and the left, excerpts from his book. He essentially is saying they took up, the authorities took up the ultimate weapon of banning disclosure. That is a weapon, he's saying. They banned disclosure because of national security. But at least the public understood that the administration needed information on the issue. So the result was a document published by the group which states that there's evidence that a number of groups of aliens have been visiting Earth for a long time, and that they have bases in our solar system and even on the Earth, as well as advanced technologies that is familiar to us, that they were able to identify, that those aliens who are in contact with these various governments are the ones who demand that their existence be kept secret. See, that's what I was telling you. They don't want the disclosure for the time being until the governments gradually address the factors that could create chaos in humanity and cause for collapse without prior preparation, that political, military, religious, economic establishments need to be ready for this. Okay, so this is a big deal, and it's reasonable because look at how people are treating this. Is what I've been saying. I mean, if you went into the Middle East today and what's going on, do you really think that people are ready for this? They're so consumed by their hate for each other. How can an ET, get treated in a decent way? They might just throw stones at him. Okay, so this is all part of the end time prophecy, by the way, because the end time prophecy is about disclosure, and disclosure will happen because it's appointed. So we're gradually making steps towards it. Okay, so it becomes clear to members of the group that senior government officials and military leaders around the world are not aware of this issue. Okay, so they have to work at it. And only a small international group is dealing with the relationship with the aliens in sort of a star army in the style of Star Trek. Okay, so Star Trek is based on reality. I can go on about all of that. How many pieces of truth and soft disclosure has been put into Star Trek film and TV? Okay, purposely to prepare the public for the reality. So before the announcement by the President of the United States, which is what, some people think that has to happen, like Steve Bassett, talks about the truth, he thinks has to come from the president. Not necessarily, but maybe the United Nations, and I wrote about this in my first book, because when I was republishing this year in March, this document got declassified, which was a letter that was, and I published it, it's in book 1, was a letter from Albert Einstein and Robert Oppenheimer, jointly written to President Roosevelt right after the war, World War II. And what were they writing about? They were writing about changing policy in the United Nations to incorporate the extraterrestrial presence. I kid you not. Okay, so this has been going on since World War II. Okay, and this got declassified. I published it because it's relevant. And also in the 90s, I was friends with retired Colonel Donald Ware, who became, he was in the US Air Force, and he became a whistleblower. And you can look him up, and he was kind of involved in the Gulf Breeze incident, in Florida. He lives in Fort Walton Beach. I think he's probably 98 years old now. But he told me something I never forgot. And that was, in the future, this was back in 91, 92, he told me this, in the future that the United Nations was going to be transformed into the United Federation of Planets, just like Star Trek. So we need to keep an eye on changes in the United Nations. Like I said at the beginning of this, in terms of disclosure, we shouldn't be putting all our eggs in one basket and expecting the President of the United States to come out and just say, oh, by the way, we've been, working with these aliens and da-da-da-da-da. It just may not ever come down that way for multiple reasons. Because first of all, presidents are on a need-to-know basis, okay? They don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes. They're briefed, okay? And I can tell you, President Trump knows a lot more than people give him credit for, okay? First of all, my first book, he has my first book. So everything that I published in book 1, President Trump knows, okay? So now, there you go. There's a bombshell disclosure for you for today, because I never told anyone that. But he's had this since 2016, doesn't have the new version of it, but at least he knows about the aliens. And he intimated this in his interview with his son, Don Jr., on Father's Day in 2020, if people remember that. And he was asked, so what can you tell us about, the UFOs or the aliens? And he said, well, of course, I can't talk about it, but I will say that what I learned about Roswell was very interesting. Okay, so he knows what's going on. And and that's why Chaim Eshed's statements about Trump was relevant and true. And it could also be, and I'm just hypothesizing here, that's one of the reasons that they went after him with and threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at him, because they don't want him disclosing. But yet the history is that disclosure began under the Trump administration. Would not have happened if he had put his foot down and said no. Okay. In fact, all this stuff started coming out, December 2017. So there's something to this. Okay, so more on Eshed. So he said he's talking about Mars, and he says, so from Mars, I focused quite a bit on photographs with a high resolution of a few meters per pixel. The reason is that at high resolutions, many details can be discerned. I also made a lot use of the photographs. So he's talking about that came from Mars, SUVs that were placed on Mars. Okay, in terms of geological distance, it's worth more or less a field study. So he's encouraging people, MUFON even, anyone who gathers information and categorizes and tries to discern it. And this is what he is basically writing about, is how to analyze these photos and these testimonies. So he's saying, that this is a field of study. The surprise was great. You can clearly see buildings on Mars, fragments of facilities on Mars, in some cases, weapons, and even people, like science fiction, okay? But one must get used to it, he says. These testimonies come as public avenues, including pilots and even astronauts. This assemblage of evidence and photographs from Mars is a very large database, including thousands of testimonies. So this completely vindicates Andrew Basiago and his entire story about going to Mars. And it's published in my book, Life on Mars, with 14 different whistleblowers. And according to Basiago, Barack Obama was one of them. He was there in 1980 in his class. They're both born in 1961. They were in the same class. It was that he was called Barry Soetoro back then. His mother and his grandfather was a lifelong CIA agent, and his mother worked with the father, and she was put in charge of the group. And it's all in my book, Basiago's statement. Chaim Eshed basically vindicated him. Okay, right there. So he says, but in fact, nothing is done in this database. Do not try to go further and learn, even at a basic level, about the engineering side of these tools, about the aliens themselves, about their anatomy, and maybe something about their culture, even though it is possible. A basic rule in analyzing one basic rule in analyzing is the phenomenon of UFOs is that it is required to come with a background in science and in particular space engineering. And it's mandatory to think with the head of engineers when we come to examine the biology and sociology of aliens. Our point of reference is ourselves, and that is for the reason. So in fact, the proof that UFOs do exist and that they are not imaginary creatures of the moral of the evidence, okay, the accumulated knowledge now allows for the transition to more advanced research stages based on the various pieces of evidence. New aspects of UFOs should be examined, such as their structure, principles of propulsion, initial knowledge of their pilots, and over a period of time from an examination of historical sources, it can be seen that there is evidence for the existence of this phenomenon as early as antiquity. Therefore, the conclusion is drawn that in the first stage, the information must be sorted to any testimony from the past that may hint at UFOs. So that's excerpts from his book. Now, Sitchin, everybody knows who Zecharia Sitchin was, and he basically talked about the ancient astronaut theory, which is basically what Chaim Eshed was referring to, that this goes back to deep antiquity. And they were called the Anunnaki, and we're seeing the ships and the shapes of it that were written in stone all over the place here in our solar system. They keep showing up. So, I mean, people have asked me about who they are, and I have uncovered in my book series through linguistics the names and the titles. So, for instance, Enlil and Enkai, everybody knows about the brothers that were at odds with each other over humankind. And they were in the Hebrew called the Elohim, which is plural for gods with an S. Enkai is a title. It means Lord of the water, and Lil is also a title, means Lord of the air. And I have traced through linguistics from Sumerian to Hebrew, Arabic and Aramaic, that Enlil became Allah. Okay, so Enlil, Ilyat, Ilya is all derivatives of Allah, and Allah has many, many names, by the way. So if you remember Salman Rushdie, what happened to him when he published that about all the different names of Allah. So Sitchin talked about An, who was Anu, who was the father. And the father, Anu, is known as the father of 50 great gods. And he is known as the sky god of heaven, the lord of the constellations, the father of the spirits, the father of the, which is in the book of Enoch, describes him as the lord of the spirits. And in the Old Testament, he's referred to as El Shaddai, also known as Yahuwah, and then the ineffable sacred name. Unfortunately, a lot of people try to conflate Enkai and Enlil into the God of Israel, and I am basically saying this is not accurate based on linguistics and also titles and names and characteristics. In my book, Who is God? I unpack the cast of characters in the Old Testament. So unfortunately, in the English Bible, they do not give you all the names, or they just give you the titles. It just says God and Lord. And so when people read the Old Testament in English, they think it's all one God, and it isn't. okay, because it was not properly translated from Hebrew to English for, you know, a lot of reasons. One of them is the fact that there was, which I'm going to get into, this religious implant. Okay, so they have an agenda there. These are not all the same gods. Okay, they don't all have the same characteristics. It is a cast of characters. So the word Elohim is plural in the Aramaic and the Hebrew for gods. El is singular, which is a title, which means God. It's not necessarily a name. And there are many stories in the Old Testament that relates to the Elohim. And people, when they translate it into English, they use the singular God, G-O-D. So English readers cannot get the whole story, that there is a group of gods, a pantheon of gods, a council of gods that are interacting with the ancients in the Old Testament stories. Okay, so I unpack this and I prove this. And one of the most famous stories is Abraham, when he heard this voice that told him, oh, if you really love me, then, take your miracle baby, Isaac, menopausal miracle baby, that came late in life, and burn him, as a sacrifice. When the God of Israel made it very clear, thou shalt not put your children into the fire to be sacrificed. So why would the God of Israel test Abraham after he just gave him this miracle baby? The answer is because it wasn't the God of Israel, it was the other gods, okay? It was the Elohim. And in the Old Testament, in the book of Job, it actually says, oh, the Elohim went up to the courts of heaven and spoke to the Lord, and Satan was among them. That is literal, okay? And it's in Job 1 and Job 2. So the test that Abraham had was not from the God of Israel, it was from the Elohim, and Satan was among them. Because the scripture also is very clear. It says, the Lord does not test, the Lord does not tempt. That's what the other guy does. So these are the discernments that I unpack in my second book for people who are interested in really figuring out who this cast of characters is in the Old Testament. So we have the names and we have titles. So, the name of the Father is in the Son. The name of the Son is in the Father. So it all comes from, and I show you all the 7 letters of Yahushua, and it basically means Yahuwah saves, or Yahuwah is our salvation. And the Hebrew also does a lot of truncation. So they truncated the names, and it's also for poetry sake, okay? So Yeshua is truncated from Yahushua. So a lot of people think that Yeshua is really Joshua or Yah, but that's a different name. Yehoshua is with the O, Yahushua is with the U, okay? So this is another distinction, okay? And yes, they all seem to come from the same root, but they're distinctly different characters. So Yeshua became known as Jesus only in the 1700s. The name Jesus did not appear anywhere, not even in the King James Bible that was originally written in 1611 didn't even have the name Jesus in it. It was Iesus, okay, which was the Greek and the Latin, which was an I-E-S-U-S. So it wasn't until the 1700s that when they published the second version of the King James Bible, did they put the letter J in. There is no letter J in the Hebrew language Bible. So everything is with a Y. So they had all these made up names, okay, like Jehovah. Jehovah is not a Hebrew name. It's English, it's a conflation, and it's not accurate. Yahweh, also not accurate. Yahweh is a different character that is in the Gnostic Gospels, and I'm going to show you that in a few minutes. So we talked about these ancient gods and the mythology, Mount Hermon, and the fallen angels and these Nephilim giants. This is what's in Genesis 6, also in the books of Enoch, and how, and in the tales of Gilgamesh. We're still dealing with this old galactic warfare over Earth. So here's the big question: why Jerusalem? Okay, well, Jerusalem is mentioned, okay, like 1,000 times in the Old Testament. Okay, there's 766 verses that talk about Zion. Okay, so this can really help people to get over some of this, you know, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism and all this kind of stuff, because everything in the Old Testament, the word Zion comes right out of the Old Testament, and it is basically belongs to this God of Israel. Okay, and he says that Jerusalem is, it's the epicenter, it's the beginning and the end. Okay, and who owns it? He does. Okay, and this is something that I'm going to show you in the Sitchin. His last lecture was on Jerusalem. It was called Why Jerusalem, which inspired me to write a chapter in my first book about why Jerusalem. First of all, the name Jerusalem means city of peace, Yerushalayim, okay? And it's the eye of the storm, okay? So, you know, anyone who's been there knows that it's a potpourri of all the religions. They all have their place, they all have their neighborhoods, they all seem to live and work together. And all this stuff that is going on around happens around them. And why Jerusalem? Why is this vortex? Because it's an ancient portal. I'm just going to leave this up so people can have a chance to read some of the scriptures while I talk here, but this is an ancient space portal. And this was unpacked by Sitchin in his books, where he said that that there was this, you know, landing where they landed, and then where they landed their ships, they built a temple on where the ships landed. So that meant that the ships came in through a portal, okay, and the same space portal, okay, that, you know, was from the ancient times is still the same today. And this is exactly the same spot that the Lord is going to return. Okay, so, and all the religions are swirling in a, like a tsunami around this. And he also says that Jerusalem will be a burdensome stone to the nations. Okay, so what does that mean? So Israel is really God's time clock. Okay, so what goes on in Israel? First of all, eschatology is the study of end time prophecy. It didn't begin until Israel became a state in May of 1948. The United Nations basically met in November of 1947 to, you know, that had to do with the Balfour Declaration, to basically say we were going to give that land that they called Palestine to the Jews as a place for them to go after World War II, after the Holocaust. So there's two Holocausts. The Bible talks about two. One already happened. The other one just began on October 7th. Okay, so prior to October 7th, Israel, okay, was in this, they were divided over almost everything. In fact, people who lived in Israel were saying they've never seen this type of division before. They were divided over politics, right and left. They were divided over religion, religious versus secular. They're divided over the sexuality, the trans agenda, all of that. Okay, and that's what I was talking about earlier. So when people are divided and they're in conflict and they're in strife, it weakens them. So they were weak and they were blindsided, and that's how the enemy was able to take advantage of them. They also were really divided over government, and the top military brass, I was told this by several people in Israel, the top military brass was not happy with Benjamin Netanyahu. So they did get, everyone was saying, why did this happen? How did they not know that this was coming? Well, they got sketchy, pieces of intelligence here and there, okay? And the top brass of the military didn't take it seriously because they wanted to get rid of Netanyahu, okay? So there was like infighting within Israel. They also didn't believe, because they were blindsided by this division, okay, and a bit arrogant too, that the enemy, that Hamas, was capable of doing such things. They didn't believe that, okay? So, and I also know that there was a plan A and a plan B. The plan A, they were supposed to target military targets, okay? But they didn't do that. They went with plan B, which was targeting civilians and using rape as a weapon of war. So this all has happened before, because the history tells us they did this already. So there's nothing new under the sun. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically describing the cast of characters in the Old Testament that are the nations, these 10 nations that all come together against Israel. Some of them are still called by the same name, the ancient names, and a few others have changed their names, such as, so Persia is today Iran, Zarephath is now Lebanon, Sardis is now Turkey, the Negev is still the Negev, which is southern Judea and Israel. Timon, ancient Timon, is now called Yemen. Meshech and Tubal is Turkey. Istanbul is where we got that's Tubal. All of these are in the end time prophecies, and all these nations come against Israel, okay? And this is the Ezekiel 38 war, the war of Gog and Magog. So one of the things that I hypothesize, I don't know for sure, but I am saying, because the scripture is very clear about the head, the Rosh means head in Hebrew. And yes, Russia is involved, not because they're involved because of a religious war, which all these other countries are, because all these countries, by the way, these 10, they're coalition nations, the 10 toes in the prophecy of the vision, the dream of Nebuchadnezzar with the 10 toes. Those are the 10 nations. The revived Roman Empire, they're all Islamic nations now. So during the first Roman Empire, they weren't, because Islam didn't come into play until around 750 AD. Okay, so this is a religious war. However, Russia gets involved, not because of religion, but because of technology. So Russia is interested in Israel's technology, okay? So that's why they're a part of this. The scripture also talks about barbarians and Scythians, which was the land that we call today Turkey and Iran. Okay, and so this is all what's happening. Okay, all these nations are attacking Israel. Okay, and this is what creates the end time war, World War III. So let me also distinguish that World War III is not Armageddon. Armageddon is the final battle. This is World War III, which is pretty much already began. And what I'm hypothesizing is that Gog is not necessarily, we know Magog is Turkey, but Gog, it says, comes out of the north and has a strange language, a tongue that people don't understand. And this is my hypothesis. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. This is just what I think, that Gog is a giant that comes out of the north from inside the earth and speaks a language that is undiscernible. I mean, everybody knows they can, speak Russian, they can speak Turkish. All these are known earth languages. The scripture says this is an unknown language. Okay, so this is where, these aliens start to come out of the earth during this end time war. And this is what the land used to look like. Okay, so Palestine is a word that the Romans basically attached to the land of Israel to basically humiliate the Jews, because it came from Philistia, and the Philistines were the ancient enemies of ancient Israel. So the Romans took over, okay, and they called the land Palestine after the Philistines. It was, you know, how the language got watered down. Well, the most famous Philistine was Goliath. You know, everybody knows the story of David and Goliath. And Goliath was a giant. Okay, so and these beings, as I showed you earlier, they were, you know, carnivorous. They were cannibals. They did some awful, horrible things to both humans and animals. Okay, which is one of the reasons why the Lord flooded the earth not once but twice to try to wipe them out. But some of them went underground. And these are the ones that are supposed to surface in the end times. So I'm just keeping these boards up so that people have a chance to read while I talk. But this is all about the Gog and Magog, this Ezekiel 38 war, which is basically what has started October 7th. How long it goes on, you know, I can tell you certain things on the prophetic calendar. So when they start to build the third temple, you can start counting down 7 years. Okay, that would be the last 7 years. And all this stuff seems to coincide with the passage of Nibiru, which is why I went over this first, because that is the bigger story here. Okay, all this stuff that is going to happen, that is happening, is all this ancient stuff that needs to come out, because the world is going to change, and all these gods are returning, and the Lord is going to return at the very end. So it says that all the nations of the world go against Israel. We already see that the rise in anti-Semitism is pretty much off the charts. It's the same as what it was and people hate Israel. They don't even know why they hate Israel. Okay, they're implanted to hate Jews and Israel, and it's not just about Israel. They want to wipe Jews off the planet. They want to genocide Jews. They're chanting it in colleges all over America. This has been going on for 10, 12 years already. They're called hate spaces. So this whole crop of generation of college grads are coming out, you know, with this pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian stuff, not because they love Palestine, or well, how could you love Hamas? By the way, the word Hamas is in the Old Testament 50 times. 50 times. And you know what it means in Hebrew? Violence. Okay, so why would they be, you know, wanting violence for anyone? Okay, yes, it is true that the Mossad did create a group to keep the Gaza in play, because they wanted them to self-govern, so they helped them. But this has gone, like, you know, it's like an experiment that's gone awry. So who's supporting Hamas now is Iran. Iran funds Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the ones in Yemen, ISIS. You know, Hamas is ISIS. Let's just face the facts there. So all of this happens at the end. The whole world turns against Israel, and not even America is there to defend and support her. And when that happens, the scripture says, the prophecy says, that is when the Lord returns, when no one comes to her side, except by that time, there's the second Holocaust. It says 2/3 of Israel all die in this, you know, very similar to what happened on October 7th. It's just more of the same. I'm sorry to bring you bad news, but that's what it says. Okay, and 1/3 are the remnant, the 144,000, the Messianic, the 12,000 from all the 12 tribes. come back, and they're in Israel at this time. It also says that those who pierced him, pierced meaning crucified, are watching him come back, and they're mourning for the one whom they pierced. And I say this to Christians all the time. How is that possible? How is that possible for the people, the group of people who crucified Yeshua 2,000 years ago? How could they be on the earth at the end of the age and watch him return? There's really only one answer to that. Does anybody want to speak up? You there, Sheila? There's only one answer.
Reincarnation.
Bingo. You are so lit. You are so spot on. That is it. And Christians have been taught not to believe in reincarnation because the Church of Rome deleted it. Okay. And I have all these stories of the history of why they did that. Okay. Because they wanted everybody to get in line. You get in line with the church. You have one life to live. Otherwise, you're going to hell. It was a control mechanism. Okay. But the scripture says this is what happens at the end. The Lord returns. These people are they're on the earth. Okay, 1/3 of Israel survives, and he saves Israel when no one else does. And that's actually a good thing, because that's when all this ends. Everything ends. Okay. And the good news is that he brings heaven to earth. Okay. And then the scorched earth, it says that he will. Okay, so the New Jerusalem is a mothership. This is, I'm sorry, I bounced around here, but this is what I was telling you guys earlier about the crashes in Israel, September 87, 88, on Shikmona Beach, which is basically Elijah's cave. And in 1st and 2nd Kings in the Old Testament, Elijah challenged the Canaanites to the duel of the gods. So it's interesting that 3 crashes happened on that portal. Just saying. So we have these ancient giants that are coming back. Okay, people have seen them. In fact, the chapter that I am pointing to here, chapter 14 in my 4th book, goes about the giants, because I was friends with he's a past now, the Israeli ufologist Barry Hamish, and he had given me permission in the 90s to publish his reports. But these are modern day Israel, okay? The 80s and the 90s, they were seeing giants. They were seeing giants appear and disappear, like in and out of caves in Israel recently, okay, which tells us that they're still here on the earth. They're inside the earth, and they come up through portals and then they just disappear. There's multiple witnesses. So, you know, nothing new under the sun, but this is something that we will have to contend with. You know, and why do I say what I say about who Yahuwah is and who he's not? He's not Enkai, he's not Enlil. He's the God of Israel, the God of gods. If anything, he can be compared to Anu in the Sumerian, because he has the power to punish the other gods. Okay, and this was evidenced in the Passover story. You know, when the Exodus came out of Egypt. And by the way, that was the last time our planet went through Nibiru's debris field. So the 10 plagues were very similar to what we are already dealing with now. Okay, we already have had the plague, there's darkness, there's all kinds of, you know, animal anomalies and locusts and all this kind of stuff, very similar to what happened during the Passover. And what did he do? He brought judgment on the gods. And all those plagues, they were curses on each of the main gods of Egypt. Just so you know, the blood, the firstborn, the darkness, the frogs, all of them. Okay, so who is this God? Who is this God that has the power to punish the little gods? That is what people need to contend with, because he's the one that's coming back. So there's been a lot of tampering of human DNA. One of the things that Sitchin talked about was that, the Anunnaki created humankind. And this is where I distinguish myself from Sitchin in this regard, because according to my research, humans were on the earth before that, okay? And they also, the story even says that they put the DNA into the earth women. The earth women were already on the earth. They're human, okay? So plus we have the stories of Atlantis and Lemuria, which was the first flood. We call Lucifer's flood. Genesis 1:1 picks up after that first flood, which Plato talked about, was these ancient civilizations. And in my opinion, in my humble opinion, the sinking of Atlantis was multi-layered. So and it says that this was done not once but twice. It's evidenced in the book of Genesis, when the Lord called up the waters from inside the earth. There's a whole ocean inside. There's a sun, there's an ocean, there's civilizations inside. He called the waters from inside the earth to bring them up, and the waters from the sky, okay, which created the flood so quickly. However, the main city of Atlantis was a mothership. So in my opinion, that mothership closed itself up and took off and left, whereas the other civilizations that were built around it ended up sinking, okay? So what I find interesting, and why this is relevant and why I'm even telling you this now, is because the last time there was an age of Aquarius, which is where we're going, we're entering into that, right, was during the times of Atlantis and Lemuria. So we are going to come full circle, okay? So this is just to show you that giantism is real. It exists. These are actual photos from the past 100 years. This one is, the one on the left is pretty recent. But there's different levels of giants. The Anunnaki, they say, were between 35 and 40 feet tall. But then they created the Nephilim, and they were like, 15 and 20 feet. And then they went down to like, 10 and different 9. Now we have 9-foot lizard beings. I mean, I'm 5'5", that's a giant to me. So, it's all relative how you're going to use the word. But this is all, depicted in stone. This was all part of this cosmic warfare that started in Atlantis and repeated again in the floods of Noah. So the floods of Noah was the same issue. So what we know from Plato was that they were mixing and matching DNA. They were doing transhumanism. They were doing all kinds of things that were going against the laws of creation. So that's why the creator God ended it. So we're going to start all over again, flooded them all, took off. And so this is where I'm leading with this, is that, here's another thing. I'm sorry, I'm bouncing around. Remember, I told you the connecting dot thing. So this is all giant, ancient technology, okay? That this is what is going to get uncovered. Our government knows about this, okay? And this is what is not only underground, okay, here on Earth, but also on the moon and on Mars, because giant beings needed giant technology. And I remember when the Phoenix Lights went over, I think it was Barbara Marciniak. She said, well, giant ships hold giants. So we know that this is one of the groupings of the aliens, okay? So back to Jerusalem, okay, because it all ends there and begins there. So we have, and this is just my historical, just to prove that this place, and the only place on this planet that has been controlled by all these different empires and civilizations. Okay, I mean, yeah, okay, you could say, America, was controlled by the natives and then Americans, but nothing to the extent of how many times Jerusalem has changed hands. So I'll just read it to you real quick. So we've got Babylon took Jerusalem 2,600 years ago. Persia, which is today's Iran, took Jerusalem 2,500 years ago. The Greeks took Jerusalem 2,200 years ago. Then the Romans took it 2,100 years ago. Then the Muslims came and they took over 1,300 years ago. Then the Ottoman Turks took over 500 years ago. And then the British over 100 years ago. And then just over 50 years ago to date, Israel got Jerusalem back in the 1973 Yom Kippur War, which was exactly 50 years to the day of the October 7th attack by Hamas, who is a proxy of Iran, who is ancient Persia. Okay, so just to connect those dots there, these are a series of events that the prophecies describes surrounds this group of nations who seek to attack and liberate Jerusalem. And this was written 2,700 years ago in the prophecies. So when the UN and the Balfour Declaration decreed the land to be the Jewish state on May 14, 1948, that began the end time prophecies. Nobody even looked at it before then. Nobody even, dealt with it. I mean, they just, like Christians probably believed, second coming, but nobody believed that the Jews were ever going to return back to Israel, that Israel would be anything. It was in an 1,800-year drought. Okay, nothing was happening there. It was a desert. Okay, the Jews came back and they basically transformed it. So they have all this technology on, hydration, watering in the desert, all kinds of stuff that they've created this land. They base it, and so who, this is the thing, this religious war, who owns Israel? Okay, and of course that's what they're fighting about on the ground. But the scriptures tell us who owns Israel. And the answer is the God of Israel, the God who runs that portal. That's his portal. Okay, so he's going to return. He left on that portal. He's going to return on that portal. And yes, all this warfare surrounds that portal. So I could get into why all this is happening to the Jews again. I don't know if people are open to that, but same old story, just different flags. Okay. In terms of the same type of genocide, the same type of hatred, except there is a distinction between the Nazis and the Hamas. Okay, and that is the Nazis, to be fair, they did what they had to do they were following orders. A lot of them felt shame, a lot of them felt guilt, they got drunk, they took drugs, they were on all kinds of speed and things to do these horrible things that they did during the Holocaust. And they felt remorse afterwards, which is why Germany has a law that basically you can get arrested if you deny that the Holocaust even existed, because they don't want that karma on them anymore. Okay, even though now Germany's been run over by the Muslims have pretty much taken over. Okay, and there's another little aside here. Back in the 90s, Mother Teresa, remember her? She made a prediction and everybody laughed. They all said, that's never going to happen. She said that Europe was going to be invaded by Muslims, and nobody believed her. But after 2009, when Obama didn't keep that red line and all that stuff happened in Syria, and there were all these refugees and all these Muslims ended up in Europe. And now you have Muslim no-go zones in England, in France, and Germany. Okay, so that's just how history is repeating itself. Okay, but to distinguish between the Nazis and the Hamas have no remorse, they have no guilt, they have no shame, they celebrate it, they brag about it. They call up their father and they go, I just killed 10 Jews, I just raped 10 Jews, I just did all this, aren't you proud of me, Dad? I'm just saying, this is what's going on the ground, okay? And people wonder why the Galactic Federation doesn't want to reveal itself to us. So I'll give you a little chance to just read this, because this has to do with just real kind of, all the signs that we are seeing that the end is coming close. Okay. And this has to do with Israel. And even though they might finish this campaign and this might, die down for the winter after they finish what they're doing, and things might die down for the winter, it's a kind of known thing that in the spring they go back to war. So there is going to be a false peace. The scripture talks about that. And that is when this counterfeit Messiah emerges from the world scene. I'm going to talk about that real quick, but this is just to give people context about who the tribes were, what this land used to be called. And you see, it consistently says Philistia, which is the place that we call Gaza now, the Gaza Strip. The Palestinians were named after the Philistines. So this is what I was telling you about. Okay, so Sitchin did his last lecture on why Jerusalem. He talked about it as an ancient portal. He knew the importance of it. This, look at the bottom here, these articles that I'm showing, they're recent. Okay, they pretty much have come out and said, well, it's possible that there's a portal in this ancient city. Okay, well, that's what the ancient cuneiform told Sitchin. That's what he said. So we got a connecting dot here, I would say. So this is the good news. So the good news is the New Jerusalem. All right, so this is where the scripture says that when all this ends, the New Jerusalem lands on the scorched Jerusalem. So that means that the present day Jerusalem, it says, gets trampled over by the Gentiles and is completely scorched. Everything, not a stone is left in place. Okay, it all gets destroyed. The earth, burns in many areas because of what's happening with the sun. So this is when the Lord returns and he comes in the New Jerusalem. Now, what I'm showing you here are pictures that came from the Hubble telescope. Remember the Hubble? Well, now we have the JWST that sort of took over from the Hubble, but this was from the 1990s. They found this, they published it in the newspapers, and it looks like a city in space. So I've kind of adopted it and put it on my book covers. Whether it is or it isn't, I don't know, but the scripture does say that it is a giant mothership. Revelation 21. It lands over the scorched Jerusalem. It has 12 levels. Okay, it has 12 gates. Each of the gates is named after the 12 tribes, the 12 blessed tribes of Israel, because there's one tribe that actually got cursed and isn't in the end time 12. And then, of course, Joseph had the double portion, so he gave it to his sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. So that's the distinction between the book of Genesis and the book of Revelation. And if you read this, okay, and this is right out of the scripture, it's a mothership. Okay, 12,000 furlongs, the length and breadth and the height. The wall was made of jasper. The city was pure gold, like pure glass. The wall of the city was adorned with precious stones, jasper and sapphire and chalcedony and emerald and sardonyx and chrysolite and topaz and beautiful jewels, amethyst, pearls, and it lands on the scorched earth, and inside, in the middle, is the throne of the Lord. And it says that he rules over the whole earth, and as he comes, the earth itself, the curse is broken. It's basically a curse that we're all under. Okay, because in Genesis, it talks about not only was the Adam and Eve cursed, and the serpent was cursed into the snake because he was bipedal and he was luminous and he was talking. And then after the curse, he became mute and he became a snake. But he wasn't a snake to start with. He was a serpent, bipedal, talking, luminous, attractive serpent. Otherwise, why would the woman have anything to do with him? Okay, they all got cursed and the earth got cursed. And when the New Jerusalem comes, the earth is lifted of this curse. So that is the true ascension. So what the Lord does is as he comes, the earth is lifted up and it goes into the fifth dimension. It creates another, it's heaven, it's literally heaven on earth. Some people say, oh, you're going to heaven? Well, that's all very nice and good, but heaven is coming to earth and earth becomes a star. So it also says that there will be no more night. Okay, there's not going to be any more, sorrow. There's no more tears. This is heaven on earth. And it says the Lord rules from the New Jerusalem on his throne with an iron rod over all the nations get restored, and for 1,000 years. This is called the millennial reign. Okay, so this is what we have to look forward to. I put this together to show, because when all this stuff happened on October 7th, all these people were saying all these things about the Star of David or the Remphan, or they were calling it all these evil things, but this is sacred geometry. All the consciousness network understands this. This is just a two-dimensional shape that represents a three-dimensional object, which is the Merkaba, which is, the 3D swirling going in both directions. Okay, and all of these ancient cultures and civilizations used it. Okay, the fact that it was adopted by Israel to be their flag, that's not a surprise, because it's an ancient symbol. It's not evil, it's just sacred geometry. Okay, so this is what I'm showing you here, is that, and people can distort and demonize anything, and God knows they have. Okay, and that's another reason why the Galactic Federation doesn't want to disclose to us yet, because people have to get over this stuff, demonizing things they don't understand, demonizing people, demonizing cultures, demonizing symbols. Okay, it's just two triangles, okay, that they seem to have used in all of these ancient cultures. So, it's kind of neutral. It's what people do with it. But here's another prophecy. Here is the four horsemen. And this is something that came to me pretty recently, because, eschatologists have been talking about, it's death, it's famine, it's disease, it's all these things. When John saw these visions on the Isle of Patmos in Greece, okay, he was given these visions, and some things are just so simple that people just go, whoa, it has to be something else. 4 colors, black, red, green, and white, are all the 4 colors of the 10-nation confederacy, the 10 coalition Muslim nations that come against Israel. That's what he was seeing. Okay, and they're all like horsemen because they're warriors, because they're coming to war. So that's what that means. So we also have the 12 tribes of Ishmael. So basically what we're dealing with in the Middle East is a dysfunctional family drama. Okay, so you've got Isaac and Ishmael, and they both went in separate directions, and they both created their own tribes, and they both created their own people. So the Arabs are from Ishmael. They are the Ishmaelites, and they have their own tribes as well. Okay, and they're princes. So this is something that is getting resolved through this end time war, because it's just an old story, just keeps repeating itself. So here I'm just basically showing that these ancient gods, okay, are just kind of refurbished into what's happening today. you know, in terms of who is ruling this world. And I have this in my my second book, Who is Allah, where it all began in Babylon, and how the mystery Babylon is now the Vatican. Okay, because they adopted the Babylonian religion, and the scripture talks about the seven, the city, the whore that sits on 7 hills. So Bible speak is, you know, the people, the church is always a woman. You're either a bride, a virgin, or a whore, okay, which is the false church. So just saying that that's what that means. So here it is. We've got the Anunnaki relationship to Earth-based reptilians who are part of the planetary management team. They are operating underground. Oh, crikey. Sorry. Almost. We're almost there. These are all the old stories that are in the Book of Jubilees. Didn't make it into the Bible, but still relevant. The books of Enoch, the Watchers, the Grigori, and how this is repeating itself. Why they got destroyed through the floods, because of their inclination towards evil and cannibalism and barbarism and complete disrespect for life, human, animal, and everything. So a lot of this stuff gets repeated in the end times because it comes back up to the surface. And these are all the scriptures that talk about it. So, and it says that the giants knew Enoch, and then he passed judgment, and then these evil spirits basically were stuck in the 4th dimension of the earth, and that they're stuck there until the Lord returns and decides where they go. But this is where people in the spirit realm, you know, they get into, they think that they're communicating with certain spirits, and these guys are like the counterfeits. They're like the actors, the Academy Award winning actors that they can mimic. They can look like anyone who's lived, and sort of deceive mediums who think that they're speaking to someone who died, when it's really these Nephilim spirits that are stuck in this 4th dimension, because that's where they went. And the reason that they went there is because they were miscreants to begin with, and God didn't create a place for them in the afterlife. So this is all part of the curse, and this is evidenced in the books of Enoch and the books of Jubilee. Okay, so this is what I was telling you earlier about the Gnostic Gospels. So Yahweh is from the Gnostic Gospels. So a lot of people call the God of Israel, who is Yahuwah, Yahweh, but that is not accurate. It's not even pronounced that way in Hebrew. But there was a Yahweh, Yaldabaoth, which meant Yahweh, the little child, who was also known as the Demiurge. And he was the first Nephilim. He was a hybrid giant. He had the head of a lion, the body of a dragon, and he is an ancient spirit that lives inside the earth. And he's featured in the book of Job. And only the God of Israel has power over this creature. Okay, and that the whole entire drama in the book of Job is all about that. So it's a Python spirit, and it creates narcissistic projection. It twists communication. It calls good evil and evil good. It blames the victim to sidestep responsibility. And it's pervasive in our media, and it's pervasive during wartime. And you know, one of the first casualties of war is the truth. Oh, sorry. Happened again. Okay, so these are just telling you where these chapters are in my books. We're just going to move on to this part about the truth being stranger than fiction. We grew up, you grew up in the 60s and 70s, you grew up with the Jetsons, and everything they depicted is now our reality. I mean, especially the past 3 years, we've had video calls, telemedicine here. We're doing a video call right now. The physicists have definitely been able to create teleportation. This was done by Lockheed Martin. You know, we have the Guardians of the Galaxy. We have Space Force, which are called Guardians now. So this is the part I wanted to tell you about the time. So I don't know if you guys have seen the Loki series. It's really, really good. And if you're going to watch it, you have to watch it from the beginning because it's very cerebral. But it's all about time travel. It's all about the timeline, and it's all about how time can be manipulated. Okay, and this is what I was telling you. So if you follow the Avengers, you know, with the time stones, the stones, the time stone was green, which is, you know, kind of Loki ends up in this whole green haze. But I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it, but I highly recommend it because it's relevant. And there's a reason why they put this in, because they've messed with the timeline. Okay, they've been manipulating time. And we're not only through the calendar shenanigans and adding a day every 4 years and going back with the, you know, going back an hour and going forward an hour and all this stuff that's not really astronomically correct. They've also manipulated through technology, through CERN. Okay, so this is, you know, why over the past decade people have been talking about Mandela effects, because things have been manipulated. Okay, and some for good reason, because they're trying to prevent certain things from happening that, in my opinion, I think it's inevitable. It's going to happen anyway. So this is just my pieces about connecting the science fiction to the ancient, because Loki was, he's connected to Enkai, because he was called the god of mischief. Enkai was also called the god of mischief. But in the Loki series, they do, the Marvel universe does something that they've never done before. They change the title of Loki in the end. Okay, so he's now known as the god of stories. So his whole struggle had to do with, you know, finding out how to be a god. He didn't feel worthy until he sacrificed his life to save the sacred timeline. And now he's called the god of stories. So we also have this really uncanny comparison between Marduk, who was the lord of Babylon, the lord of Nibiru, and also the lord of Mars. That's why they called it Mars. It was after Marduk. Sitchin talked a lot about Marduk. Some people even believe that Marduk was supposed to save the Jews. I don't know about that. But look at Thanos. Thanos in the Avengers, he is wearing the same cuff that this statue of Marduk had. So you wonder, did they get inspired by the ancient Sumerian? Is it coincidence? Is the truth stranger than fiction? So we have here in the myth of Enkai and Ninhursag. So she heals, you know, she does a lot of healing, and she is, you know, helps with the experiment that they were doing on creation. So as I was saying earlier, I distinguish myself from Sitchin because he said that, oh, the Anunnaki created humankind. I say they genetically manipulated humankind. Humans were already on the earth when the Anunnaki came. Okay, so this part of the story has to do with taking the defects and creating some kind of gift from it. So they would do this genetic manipulation, and then they would come out like maybe not perfect. And so the goddess would say, well, let's turn their imperfections into a hidden talent or a hidden gift, kind of like autism in a way, you know, where people are autistic, but they have these inner talents. So this is all part of the manipulation, the genetic manipulation, and also part of the curse. And so, you know, just to prove the point that Enkai is a title, not one specific god. There's been many Enkais, just like there's been many pharaohs and many kings and many lords. These are all titles, okay? And I'm proving here you have Dagon, the fish god of Egypt. You know, he's the lord of the water, okay? Neptune. And then you've got the Catholic Church, the Vatican, who follows after this Babylonian ancient Dagon priest fish worship, which is no coincidence that the symbol of Christianity is the fish. And then we have today's modern Aquaman, which Aquaman 2, The Lost Kingdom of Atlantis, starts next week. So there is a lot of truth in these science fiction stories. I mean, they're entertaining, but there's something. And then you have the Hindu fish god, Vishnu, also representation of the four human races, the white, the red, the yellow, and the black. You know, I'm just connecting dots here. People can draw their own conclusions, but there is something to this. Here we go again. Sorry, so sorry. So I had an experience in Florida in 1995. I went back last year. That's me on that beach where I saw a USO come out of the Gulf of Mexico, which is what started me down this rabbit hole of research. It looked a little like the picture on the left. That photo is one of the declassified Navy releases from the Arctic Circle. I just put it there because it looks similar. But I started going down this rabbit hole back in 1995 on what was happening, what was going on in the ocean. And the Gulf of Mexico is also part of the Tampa Triangle, and there's a lot of anomalies there. So this photo on the right was taken last year. There were two Tic Tac UFOs, and we know that the Tic Tac, you know, was dubbed the Tic Tac by Fravor, the you know, who videographed it, because it looked like a Tic Tac, but they were coming and going inside the ocean. So there's a lot of stuff happening inside our oceans, okay? Which is why it's so relevant that we have these Aquaman movies right now, because it's all part of consciousness. It's all part of raising awareness for what is happening. Again, source disclosure. These are actual photos that were released from the Navy that were taken in the Arctic Sea in 1971 by one of their submarines, the USS Trepang. So this was the Tic Tac that became famous after the 2017 disclosure. Now, this was something that I saw in 1995 because I was completely gobsmacked when I saw this thing come out of the Gulf of Mexico. It was after sunset. It was a very warm, balmy night. All the stars were out, not a cloud in the sky. And I hear this swooshing, and I thought it was like a pod of dolphins. And it was basically a silver disc-shaped ship that came up, and it just hovered for like a minute, and it just took off. And I watched it become a star, and it went into what looked like a portal and disappeared. So I had many, many sleepless nights after seeing and witnessing that. And I would sit on my balcony and overnight and break night, as I call it, watch the dawn. And as the sky started to change from darkness into that little twilight dawn light, I saw that shape. And I drew it. This was from 1995. And I called it the etheric web. And then I started seeing it in Marvel movies. Guardians of the Galaxy, Captain Marvel, the Marvels. Every Marvel movie now has it. At any time they're coming and going, they go in and out of this, what's called, like, you know, it looks like a honeycomb. And I saw it for very briefly. It was just like, because I guess the light, the dawn was coming, and it just like, oh, like it just revealed itself very, like maybe 30 seconds, 60 seconds, that's it. And then the light just sort of obfuscated it. So isn't it a coincidence? Not really, but NASA discovered hidden portals all around the Earth that open and close dozens of times each day. Okay, and you wonder where these things come and go. Okay, they all of a sudden you see them, 1 minute they're there, the next minute they're gone. And that's because there's portals inside the Earth. So this is a picture of the Baltic Sea USO from June of 2011. And yeah, I mean, nobody really knows what happened there, but there it is, sitting at the bottom of the ocean bed. This is the rest of that group of photos that were declassified, that were taken by the submarine in the Arctic Circle in 1971. And you can see they're all different shapes. Okay, you've got your cylinder shaped, you've got the disc shaped, okay, coming and going inside the ocean from 1971. So, you know, no coincidence that this year in March of 2023, this is a big disclosure year, they published this in the Navy, Times, and the military articles about the mothership. Now they're calling it motherships. That's now part of our lingo. It's no more tinfoil hat stuff. There are motherships. Okay, so now Sheila was talking about how the sun is so bright. Why? Because we have a sun simulator. So in my 5th book, I published the patents. The sun simulator had like about 3 or 4 different patents from 1961 to 1963. And you wonder, why did they patent a sun simulator in 1961? What were they thinking back then? But guess what? It's not just patented, it's now employed. It was put up, I think, around 2011. Okay, because that's when everything started to change. So now we have what we call this bright flashlight sun. And it's blinding, right? I mean, when I was growing up in the 60s and the 70s, all my childhood photos have this golden light, because the sun, we have, our sun soul is a yellow star. Now it's got this bright light because they've got all this technology. Okay, so this is just to show you some of the patents, and this these mirrors, these space mirrors. And this is on the bottom left is the weather cam, the FAA weather, which is, you know, on Earth, and the black dot that they show around this bright white sun, because there's a piece of technology there. So you wonder, what is it doing, right? Well, it's doing multiple things. Okay, so we know what light does. Light refracts, light reflects, light obfuscates. So it completely covers, it's like a flashlight. You know, like you want to like blind somebody, you stick a flashlight in their eye. You can't see what's going on around it, okay? And then light illuminates. So this is why some of the pictures I showed you at the first part of this were taken, because this is not a perfect system, by the way. So there's times of day, times it has to do with angles of light that it can illuminate what it's trying to cover up, which are these planets and these eclipses around the sun. So this is my final part about the aliens. Do we still have time, Sheila? Are we good for time?
Yeah, we can. How much longer do you have?
Well, let's see. I could probably go through this in about 20 minutes.
Okay, so folks, it'll be another 20 minutes. If you've got the time to stick in here, we're going to go right through it. Thanks.
Okay, so, you know, and feel free, take notes, take a screenshot if there's something I go by too fast. But This is all just, you know, connecting dots to this ancient story about the Anunnaki, what they did to humankind, how they manipulated humankind, and how they've continued to do that through the, you know, possession and implantation of religious leaders since the beginning of religion. Now, it's no coincidence that the Vatican owns two of the world's most sophisticated space telescopes. One sits on Vatican Hill and one sits on Mount Graham in Tucson, Arizona, and they call it Lucifer. So it's obviously an abbreviation for you know, large binocular utility integral field extragalactic research, but they still call it Lucifer. They also worship Lucifer. By the way, they believe Lucifer is Christ. At any given time, if you go on their YouTube channel and listen to a mass in Latin, you'll hear them invoking Lucifer. I kid you not, I couldn't make this stuff up even if I tried. Why is this relevant? Because they play a starring role in the end time prophecy. So we know that the Vatican archives has 50, maybe somebody said 53 miles. Can you imagine 53 miles of documents underground? Okay, that only certain people, Jesuit priests or other researchers who have connections with the Vatican, can be allowed to go in and look at. And you wonder why. You know, all these religions are missing pieces because they're hoarding it underground here. It's almost like the ancient libraries of Alexandria. And the documents include about alien interaction, extraterrestrial beings, church involvement, even child pornography. Okay, so all of these books, the books of Enoch, the great rejected texts, Jewish texts, the first and second books of Adam and Eve, which tells the whole story of the conflict with the serpent being, which we call Satan, didn't make it into the Bible. Okay, and this has to do with the decisions that were made by the Church of Rome through Constantine's Creed, which created replacement theology and then which became the church doctrine of anti-Semitism. So they basically started all that in 325 AD. I have my books down here because I quote from all of these books. So people always ask me, where do I get my information from? Well, these books are part of it. And here you have in the Vatican itself. Look at this object in the courtyard of the Vatican. Doesn't it look like the pictures I showed you earlier of this object that we're seeing around the sun? And isn't it interesting that about the pineal, the pine cone, the pineal gland, and this is the courtyard of the pine cone? So this is an ancient Babylonian religion that is being venerated in the Vatican, which is why the Bible calls it Mystery Babylon. 2009 was the year of astronomy that the United Nations declared, and the Vatican started their UFO research that year. Isn't that interesting? So we have in the book of Revelation, the false prophet of the end times sits on 7 hills, Rome, which is today's Vatican. It wasn't called the Vatican back in the ancient days. It was called the Church of Rome. But, you know, I have these little memes over here just to remind people that, you know, oh, okay, the Bible is so like foreign, it's this, it's too religious, it's too that, but hey, it's unfolding before our eyes. This is a video taken by SOHO of a large, gigantic spherical object orbiting the sun. Now, I told you about the chief MUFON photo analyst, David Toon. Well, he said that this is not a solar flare, that this was some sort of techno signature, some type of object that was courting into the sun. And this is the 2017 solar eclipse. This video was taken from Turkey. And on the right is the actual solar eclipse with our moon eclipsing the sun. It was a total solar eclipse that day. We're going to have another total on April 8th of 2024. But on the left side, that's not our sun, that's something else. So that could be a combination of Nemesis and the sun simulator. And sometimes the sun simulator separates from the sun. Like I said, it's not a perfect system, this technology that they have up there. And this is also, we're seeing this in stereo A, what we're calling Ezekiel's wheel. And there it is, moving right across the sun. And if you can see, it's also like kind of clearing a path. It looks like the sun has all this debris and this thing is clearing this path. I don't know. But this was all documented in 2020. These are just illustrations because of the, you know, the book of Ezekiel talks about these creatures. And on the bottom here, you have, if you remember the movie Contact, so that spaceship that they used in the 1997 movie Contact was actually built for Terminator 2, but it didn't get used, so they used it in Contact. Just a little movie trivia there. So yeah, Ezekiel's wheel is a very real thing. The book of Ezekiel is all about these spaceships in the Bible. Okay, so Blumrick is mentioned in Chaim Eshed's book. He's actually quoting from J.F. Blumrick. Okay, who, if anybody remembers, he was the NASA rocket scientist, space engineer that basically criticized von Daniken because von Daniken published the spaceships of Ezekiel first. He went after him and wrote him a letter, and then he went and did his own research and basically validated everything that von Daniken said. And that's evidenced in his book, The Spaceships of Ezekiel. So he's basically agreeing with von Daniken. And this is just to show that there were these ancient Aryan race, blue-eyed, okay, not all white. I mean, in Africa, there are blue-eyed, brown, black, tan, red, different color skins with blue eyes. So this is traced back to this ancient ancestor. And we wonder why Hitler was so obsessed with them. Today's Iranians identify as ancient Aryans, just saying. They're not Arabs, the Persians. Okay, so just because this is important to put this in the mix, and that is what's happening in Antarctica. There's all kinds of stuff happening underground there. They just recently found a new cave that was seen from the Google sky. And if you remember, the X-Files movie all took place in Antarctica. And the Book of Enoch talks about these sleeping giants that were buried under this mountain that is under the ice in Antarctica. So these are all pictures of the inner earth. So in my book, I expound on Agartha, the Agarthians, Shambhala, and you know how there's portals. I even list the different caves that the ancients have used to go in and out of them. And, you know, the live long and prosper sign of the Vulcan greeting actually is ancient Israel. Leonard Nimoy was raised Jewish, so he drew upon his Jewish heritage because that's what the rabbis did when they said the ironic blessing over people. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you and give you peace. And they did this with their hands. So he adopted that as the Vulcan live long and prosper symbol. So here's more of the same of we talked about the sun simulator. There's more than that. There's all this stuff being sprayed into the atmosphere to retard the warming. That's one of their motives, as well as the obfuscation of UFOs and planets and exoplanets around the sun. But they are trying to keep all these chemicals in our atmosphere to try to stop the Earth from warming. So it's an experiment that's unprecedented. And this is all done on a daily basis, all over. Okay, at any given time, you can go outside and see the sun, the skies are being chemtrailed. And this is all working in concert with this technology that is operating on the earth. So yeah, they, I think it was Lyndon B. Johnson said, whoever controls the weather controls the world. Anybody remember him saying that? Well, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to control the weather. So we are living through unprecedented times because they haven't done this before. We don't know how this is going to turn out. The whole thing can just, just be a disaster. Maybe they can retard it. Maybe they can delay what's going to happen. But when the Earth passes through the debris field, when things start to get red, we're already seeing the red in the SARS, the red auroras, which are like stable auroras, meaning like it's always red. That has something to do with the red iron oxide. So, this is all stuff going on. These are all areas on the Earth where they have these ionospheric heaters, which are being used in weather modification. So, my books are about relationship, not religion, even though I draw upon different religions. But, one of the scriptures says Satan is transformed into an angel of light. And this is where discernment comes in, because he does masquerade. He's an ancient actress of the best kind. He can fool even the best of us. Okay. So this is why we have to employ discernment when we are dealing with different types of ETs and aliens. And, Yeshua said, by their fruit, you will know them. Okay. So what are the fruits? Well, you've got the fruits of the Spirit. This is kindness and goodness and patience. And then there's the fruits of the dark side, which has to do with abuse and use and vampirism. Okay. So, why do we call this the alien presence? Because they're coming from inner space inside the earth. These beings are underground. Did you know that the word Vatican means divining serpent? It's a name that also has to do with prophecy. Why did they call themselves the Vatican? And that's only in recent times. That wasn't ancient. So here we have these shape-shifting beings. And shape-shifting is nothing new. Yeshua shape-shifts. He's not a reptile, but he is known for shape-shifting. He is known, the disciples used to say, he would just show up, he'd come through a wall, and he'd just disappear. Okay, I have seen him 6 times, including my near-death experience. So he is alive. And if a being is alive, then they have the ability to move in and out of dimensions. They're interdimensional, multidimensional. So, the ability to shapeshift is counterfeited by the draconians, and they are able to move in and out of human form, which is why some people don't even realize that they're dealing with reptilians, because just like in the TV series V, there, so that's where you have to get into that spiritual discernment to find out who you're dealing with. So this is what I was telling you earlier about the Machiavellian alien presence that they are trying. They abduct people, they implant people so that they can divide and conquer. So they can keep people on different controlling sides of different debates and issues and conflicts and wars and human groupings, pitting one against the other so that they can manipulate us. This is why, choosing, this is the consciousness awareness network. So I know a lot of you work on this to consciously choose to see the positive, to look at the good in other people, not to look at what's wrong with them, to try to accept people or be kind to people, not to focus on your differences. We can debate, we can argue. Where is that going to lead us? Okay, we have to be mindful of the fact that there are beings that are just waiting to feed off of our negative energy. So what we have in ourselves is the power to control our thoughts. Okay, we can at least attempt to do that, and our spirit. And we have the help from Yeshua and the Holy Spirit. All you have to do is ask and call it in. Because these beings, okay, they haven't gone anywhere. They are living inside the earth. In fact, the Apollo, and I hope, I'm going to be done with this in a few minutes, but the Apollo 11 landing, they basically, William Tompkins said that they saw 9-foot-tall lizard men standing along the crater next to their ships on the moon. That would be these guys. And not only that, but what is our biggest threat on the planet at the moment is artificial intelligence. Like I said earlier, there's not a day that goes by that you don't sign into the internet and you have to prove that you're not a robot. So who is pulling the strings? Who is controlling the AI? Well, if you go back to the Loki series, one of the things that was revealed in season 1 was that, okay, so he goes after these giants, and then he goes and he cuts the head off of the giants, and he finds out that the giants weren't really giants, they were just robots. And who was controlling these giant robots? The lizard men. Okay, truth is stranger than fiction. So here's my little meme about, loosh, which is, basically a slang word for human soul energy. That's why we're here for them. That's why they haven't killed us off by now, because they harvest soul energy. Okay, this is a thing in the spiritual realm. So this is what makes people who are spiritually aware to become even more proactive with their mental health, their spiritual health, who they give their power to, etc. And one thing is that forgiveness is a huge piece, okay? Because it's something that Satan can never do. And that's how people can get away from it, is by choosing to forgive. It's not easy, and it's actually a supernatural thing, because you really need to draw on a higher power to help you to do that. It's not in our flesh. And this is all part of deliverance from this enslavement, from this prison planet, as they call it. Okay, so these are traits. Okay, these are, remember we talked about principalities? So there's 7 principalities: accusing spirits, bitterness, self-bitterness, rejection, jealousy, fear, and occult. And this is the spiritual legal ground, emotionally and spiritually and mentally, that keeps the negative energies and the reptilian and the satanic stuff in. So when you go through that and you undo that in yourself, you get free. It's a work. Don't get me wrong. It's not easy, and you can't do it alone. Oh, crikey. Sorry, almost done here. Thank you for your patience. So, as I was telling you at the beginning, I come from this legal background, and I was shown that we have the ability to go to petition the courts of heaven and break curses on ourselves, on our communities, on our families, on our relationships. Okay, and it is real, and it does work, and it translates into healing. Okay, physical healing, emotional healing, social healing, etc. And this is the work that is long lasting because it will follow you into the next life. So I encourage, I'm writing this book. It hasn't been published yet. It is Finding Freedom When Horses Don't Fly, how to break these bloodline curses, generational curses, and heal from trauma. So I could end it here if you'd like. I'm sorry I didn't get to all the stuff about the hybrids and the abductions and the implants. If you'd like, I can go and show you the implants real quick, the religious stuff, but
Yeah, let's see the implant slide. I think we're going to have to get you to come back. More.
thank you. Well, okay, so let me see here. If I do this, oh my goodness, okay. And okay, I'm just going to go through these really quick. Okay, so here is, so my book cover illustrates this, how women have been used, okay, as incubators for the hybridization program, and how both men and women are implanted with what I call spiritual limitation devices. And this all comes into what is called the religious spirit, or the spirit of religion, which Jesus talked about, Yeshua, and it's also repeated in the book of Revelation. So this is, I'm not an artist, okay, I'm a writer, but this is what I saw in the etheric body. And I know all of you know you have an etheric body. You are a soul having a human experience. What happens in your spiritual body, your etheric body, affects what's happening and will manifest in your physical body. So when they abduct the essence, they take the etheric body, okay, which is why people can be abducted. They're sleeping in bed with a partner, and the partner said, well, you never left the bed, but your other body definitely was up on the ship, right? And then done temporarily, they do what they do, and then they put you back. And here's what they're doing. One of the programs, they're putting devices in your etheric body because they know how we are wired. They know that if they can block you from having power through having this direct connection to your creator, God, who created your soul, okay? The creator God created your soul. And when you leave your body, your soul goes back to your creator. And they want to get in the way of that relationship. They want to manipulate you so that you serve them. It's a form of enslavement. And they do it, as I said, through the Machiavellian divide and conquer and through religious stuff. Okay. And so this past summer, we had the movie Mission Impossible. And when I saw that, I went, oh my goodness, look at that. The cruciform implant. I have been writing about the cruciform implant since the 1990s. They stick this in the etheric field, okay? And it causes the spiritual legal ground for the religious spirit to control a person. And that creates fundamentalism, the zealots, religious wars. My God is better than your God. I can do, all that kind of dark energy that everyone is trying to get liberated from. So how do we get liberated from it? Well, there's one sure path, and that is to get rid of these through Yeshua, because he is the only one that has the power to deliver us from all of this. I know people go, oh my God, you mean Jesus? Oh, and then they start thinking religion, and there goes the implant, and it starts fluttering, and everybody shuts down because so many people are wounded by religion, and this is why. Okay, it goes into your DNA. Look at this. The DNA is matched in the same shape. It's a vibrational energy that they use to keep people in these religious wars, okay? And what the creator God, what the savior, what the Messiah wants is relationship, not necessarily control and oppression and enslavement. So this was in the, it's no coincidence that the Mission Impossible was going after this cruciform key that opened up this nuclear submarine in the movie. But that is the same, it's an ancient shape, okay? And this is what they look like. So many people suffer from religious trauma. Every time I do conferences, people come up to my table and they talk to me about how they've been wounded by religion. Okay, so I empath. I feel that because of how I was raised, and I rejected both sides. Okay, but Yeshua got a hold of me. Okay, and he persisted, and he's the one who showed me all this stuff. Okay, this is the way out. Okay, is through relationship, not through following this religion or this doctrine or that doctrine. Okay, and even Pythagoras, you know, who's known for the, you know, math, he was even talking. Okay, George Carlin, religion is just mind control. Spirituality doesn't come from religion, it comes from our soul. So this is all part of, you know, injuries, UFO injuries that people have had through abductions, through being in close contact with different ships. And, you know, the chakra system is both in the front and in the back. Okay, so because we have this big egg, you know, it's like I am in my body or my body is in me. Like when the physical body ceases to exist, you have your egg. That's what goes back to the creator. And they know this. They know exactly how we are wired. And that's how they're able to control with different templates and devices. So this is, you know, my conclusion is that, you know, this is the roots. Book 4, Covenants, was my humble attempt to expose the roots of racism on planet Earth, which I'm pointing to these aliens. They not only created religion to keep us divided, but also, you know, this constant back and forth with genocides and racism. Anti-Semitism is just another form of racism, you know, which group it is based on which century. But it's all about this. So could it be that planet Earth is a place where multiple races of extraterrestrials, star seeds, if you will, come together to learn how to get along, to learn how to become one, or to unite under one shepherd, as the scripture said earlier, or one Messiah, because that's how it's all going to end according to the prophecy. So there will be liberation, there will be freedom, there will be healing, and heaven is coming to earth. So these are just some memes that I just put together about, you know, because there's a whole stuff about how we were created and, you know, and how we were manipulated. So when we get over that, you know, this is transhumanism. So the same thing that again caused the floods of Atlantis, caused the Noah's floods, were all because they were mixing and matching human DNA with animal DNA and mixing and matching different species, which is why the creator God, you know, ended it not once but twice, and here it is happening again. History repeats itself. So I'll just
Wow.
yeah.
We definitely have got to have a part 2. People are already asking for part 2. There's so much for us to learn and to glean here.
Yes.
I mean, it's phenomenal. And we have totally run out of time and will not be able to get to any of the questions, but I hope everyone will join us for part 2. If Ella would be so kind as to come back, we will definitely move in that direction. So I want to.
I'd be happy to. Next time we can just start like right from here and just talk about the aliens and the hybrids and just get into that part, this part of it. Sorry.
Bring on the party part 2. Everybody's excited for that.
Thank you, Sheila. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
Oh.
Thank you for listening. So yeah, it's kind of multi-layered, but feel free to email me. You can contact me through my website, and I'll email you back. And again, the Chaim Eshed 15-page excerpts, I'll email you out for free with just any order on my website. So we can do that anytime you want.
Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you. Thank you so much. And guys, thank you so much for hanging in there with us. It is absolutely amazing to have you all here. I don't know how, if you were emailed the link by a friend or whatever, but if you will go to the consciousawakeningnetwork.org, sign up to be on our mailing list. That way, when we have part 2, you will definitely be able to join us, because we'll send you the link again. And if you have not already done so, please visit your phone app store and download our free app. That way you'll be able to watch everything. And once we're able, it'll probably take us, because of the amount of the content, we'll have to break it down into segments. So it may be, as long as a month before we're able to get this out, but you can watch the Conscious Awakening Network. Look for it under our past events. You'll be able to go back in and watch it there. So really, guys, thank you so much. I'm going to go